Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us. We are waiting for day 13 to begin in the YNW Melly double murder trial out of Broward County, Florida. The state's case against 24-year-old Jamell Demons is still underway, and their theory is that the Murder on My Mind rapper killed his two friends and then tried to pass it off as a hit and run. Now, the victims in this case, Anthony Williams, Christopher Thomas Jr., they were shot while riding in a vehicle with Demons and his co-defendant, Cortlen Henry. The four fellow rappers were on their way back from a recording session in the early morning hours of October 26, 2018. It's going to be up to a jury to determine what actually happened that night. But yesterday, let's talk about that. The lead detective in this case, he was called to the stand. He's expected to remain on the stand for the next few days, so he has a lot to get to. And before we even get into what we're going to see in those proceedings, let's talk about what happened yesterday. So before court starts up, I want to check in with Law and Crime's very own Terry Austin, who is down in that Broward County courthouse. She has been our eyes and our ears for things that we cannot see, and we cannot see in that courtroom. The cameras can only do so much. Terry, good to see you. Thanks so much. Good morning to you. So the first half of the day yesterday, it was spent on Travion Glass's testimony, and I would say an important witness is somebody who was, directly there right before the shootings happened. He was with all of these parties at the recording session. What were the main takeaways from his testimony?
Well, it was interesting because he definitely had an attitude when he was on the stand. He did not give much information. Most of the time, Jesse, he said he did not recall, and he said that the documents did not refresh his recollection. I would say the one piece of information that did come across during his testimony was the fact that he did say he saw a change of clothing as far as Melly was concerned when he came back to Fredo Bang's house, because that was what happened that night. They were in the car, and ultimately he got a phone call that something had happened. He went to the hospital, he went back to Melly's house, and then he went to Fredo Bang's house, and he said he saw Melly come in and out. He didn't remember details about the timing, but that one piece of information I do think was something that the jury might have taken away. Other than that, he basically was giving a difficult time to all of the parties, both the defense and the prosecution, because the defense obviously did do a cross-examination. He also was a little bit, I would say, disrespectful to the judge, but ultimately he did as the court asked him to do.
What makes you say he was disrespectful to the judge?
Well, there was one incident, Jesse, during the break where he got a phone call and he answered the phone. He was talking on the phone. Now, the jury was not in the courtroom at that time. He did a text, and they said to the judge, the defense did, look, he was on the phone. We want to make sure, obviously, he's testifying. He cannot talk about the case. So the judge made an inquiry. And at first, I would say he basically just sat and stared at the judge and acted as though he didn't want to respond. Ultimately, he did respond. Ultimately, he did say he was talking to his brother and he was texting his brother. They had nothing to do with the conversation as far as the trial was concerned. He said he just texted him and said, things are wild. And the judge basically said, okay, fine, let's continue on with your testimony.
Let's talk about this. This is the part that I don't quite understand. Did he give any indication, other than the fact that YNW Melly was wearing different clothes from when he saw him earlier in the night? He was wearing different clothes after these two people were shot. Did he give anything that would suggest that YNW Melly was acting weird or suspicious before they went into their separate cars after leaving the recording studio? Or did he say anything about YNW Melly being weird or suspicious when he came back to the house after the shootings?
Just the opposite, Jesse, as far as I'm concerned. He basically said that before they left the studio, everything was fine. They were all talking. They were laughing and joking. Essentially, they were getting sleepy, and that is why they ultimately left, because they're paying for that studio time, and there's no sense in staying there if, in fact, they are not actually working. So they all got up and they left, and when they left, there was no problem. Everybody was fine, according to Glass. He said that no one was having any arguments. He said, YNW Sac was a little bit upset because nobody was working. They were all sleeping. So he gathered everybody and called everybody's name and shook a couple of people and said, let's get up and let's go. No sense in paying for the studio time. And then they left. So there was no indication that there was anything wrong, that there was an altercation, just the opposite. It was just like any other day. They were recording. They worked together. They're in this YNW collaboration. They all grew up together. So he did not make it appear as though anyone had a beef with anyone else, Jesse.
And I think if I remember correctly, the defense wasn't happy about that line of testimony coming out about people sleeping in the recording studio. But I want to move on to what we saw for the rest of the day, and I mentioned it before, is the testimony of the lead detective. I believe his name is Detective Moretti. What did he say under direct examination by the prosecution? What were some of the main takeaways?
Well, that's right. His name is Mark Moretti, and he is the detective who was on the case, the lead detective. The other detective who was supposed to be on the case, Bertram, he was retiring, so he called Moretti. Moretti was there from day one. He was there at the incident. He did say that he talked to Henry in the hospital, and at first he thought Henry was a victim, and he treated him as a victim with respect, making sure that if he had injuries, he was checked out. But shortly thereafter, he stated that he began to think that he might have been involved in the shooting, and so they began to investigate. He did go out. He was one of the officers who went out, and he went along the roadway, that very long mile that they went looking for shell casings, and they found nothing. He also got the search warrant for the car, and he actually was one of the individuals who searched the gray Jeep, which is the car, the subject vehicle, where the 4 individuals were in at the time, including Melly. And so, you know, in the first part of his testimony, he talked about all of that investigation. Later on, the prosecution wanted him to go through video that he had taken, and it was video essentially just from one point to the next point, going to the highway. And he took this video. He did go past a Montessori school, which is where there's some surveillance video. He did go past, you know, what they think is the scene of the crime. And one of the videos was from a helicopter. The other video was from a car. These are very long videos. There was no talking during the video. The jury just sat and watched both of these videos, and the prosecution really didn't say much. I saw some of the jurors who were getting a little sleepy, as were people in the audience. I don't know how effective those videos were, but that's the last thing we saw from Mark Moretti. And as you say, we are expecting he'll get back on the stand. The prosecution said she thinks probably for the rest of today, and then they'll start the cross-examination.
What is he going to talk about for the rest of the day, and where do you think the defense will go in terms of their cross-examination?
Well, he is a Cellbrite, theoretically, expert, and also, you know, another analysis that does this cell data recording, the CDR, and I think it's called the Hawk data cell analysis, Cell Hawk and Cellbrite. So he's the expert supposedly on those two analysis systems. And so, interestingly enough, Stuart Adelson got up. He's the defense attorney, one of the defense attorneys, and he did a little voir dire, and he said, look, are you an expert on Cell Hawk and Cellbrite? And, you know, he said yes, he's been trained on it, but he didn't calculate the longitude and the latitude. And the one other thing that he said is, look, none of this is exact science. You can't be exactly precise. This is the data where you can pinpoint your phone. And so if you remember on your own phone, you have these locations, and it's, you know, a field of range. It's not as an exact pinpoint. So he did admit that during the direct exam, and he did admit during the voir dire that he didn't calculate this. This is information that he got from T-Mobile. He doesn't know how they calculated the longitude and the latitude. Defense objected to that, Jesse. They had a standing objection. The judge, I think, allowed it because this witness doesn't have to be the expert on how it's calculated. He's just interpreting and analyzing the data.
Do we anticipate him to be the last witness for the prosecution? And by the way, do we have any idea where the defense is going to start their case, and whether or not the prosecution has rebuttal witnesses that they're ready to call out as well?
Well, what we heard yesterday is that this will be the last prosecution witness. That's what Christine Bradley said yesterday. And so we do expect she will close her case. She will end today or tomorrow. And I don't know if they're going to have any rebuttal witness. She did not mention that yesterday. I will say that the defense is ready to go, quote unquote, and they are anticipating calling a couple of people. They mentioned Larry Daniels, who is another expert on this Cell Hawk and Celebrate data. So I do think that phone information is going to be important for both sides. And, you know, they also mentioned, I think they had another witness that they were talking about bringing in at the last minute as well. You know, we saw yesterday, if you remember, we saw on the witness list there were a couple of doctors. They did not mention the doctors, and so I don't know if they're going to have any medical expert testimony today, but I know they're going to have at least 2 witnesses, Jesse. All
right. So you have been doing terrific reporting, really giving us a sense about what is happening in that courtroom. Thank you for that. And I've been following. I encourage everybody to follow your Twitter account for live updates as it happens. Not Threads yet, but Twitter for now. I think that's where we can find you. But check out Terry's Twitter. We can see what's happening in that courtroom in case you missed something. Terry, thank you. We'll check in with you later.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so stay with us here on Law&Crime. We're obviously going to follow what's happening in that courtroom, and as soon as it goes live, we will go live. In the meantime, before we take our next break, here is a special report from our very own Sierra Gillespie. Back to Law&Crime, everybody. We're waiting for day 13 of the state's case to begin in Broward County, Florida, for the double murder trial of YNW Melly. 24-year-old Jamell Demons is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the 2018 shooting deaths of his 2 friends. Demons and his co-defendant alleged that they were all victims of a drive-by shooting, but authorities discovered evidence to suggest that the shootings actually came from inside the vehicle and that this was a staged drive-by shooting. Now, as we wait for proceedings to start up, and I'm keeping a very careful eye on that feed, I want to go back to the testimony of Travion Glass. This is who we talked about earlier. This happened yesterday. Remember, this is the man who left the recording studio at the same time as the defendants and the victims on the day of the murders. He got into a different vehicle. There were arguments and motions over whether or not he would even be allowed to be called by the state. But in the end, he did get on the stand. So let's listen to some of his direct examination now.
Mr. Glass, can you identify for the record, and I know there's a video, but can you identify which vehicle you got into?
Red Mitsubishi.
And can you tell us who was in that car with you?
Kobe, Tay, and 80.
So 80, Tay, and Cody.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So that is a total of 4 people?
Correct.
And in the vehicle to the left of the screen, the Jeep, who entered that vehicle to your knowledge?
Everybody else that was there. Sack, Melly, Juvy, Cortlen.
Okay. And by my count, is that also 4 people?
Correct.
Was Melly at the house when you got there, from what you can recall?
No.
Did you see Melly at any time in the house?
No.
Right? So you go upstairs in Juvy's room, and what do?
Crash.
All right. Crash meaning?
Go to sleep.
Okay. At some point, do you wake up?
Yeah.
And why? Or how?
Phone calls.
Okay. Safe to say that your phone was getting a lot of phone calls, blowing up.
Yes.
All right. And at some point, you answer the phone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do in response to the phone calls?
I answered the one that kept ringing, and yeah.
All right. And so what do you do in response to getting that phone call?
I ended up at the hospital.
All right. Do you recall which hospital that was?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what city you were in at this point?
I was in Broward.
All right. What city? Not the county.
Miramar.
Okay. Do you know if you went to Miramar Hospital?
I don't know which hospital it was.
Okay. So you get to the hospital. What do you find out when you get to the hospital?
That Anthony and Christopher was deceased.
No, it's a little tough. You don't see him. He's blocked by the monitor, but it doesn't change what the substance of his testimony was. So let's break it down. I'm joined right now this morning by trial attorney Megan Whiteside. Megan, good to have you. Thanks for taking the time. He's an interesting witness, the second combative witness we've seen called by the prosecution, the first one being Felicia Holmes. What did you think of his testimony?
Well, I think what's interesting is that when you have a combative witness, sometimes it works against you as the prosecution and sometimes it works for you, right? This is a person that's not coming across as very helpful to the government, but his information is. He places the defendant in the car. That is at issue. And from what we the defendant is the killer. But this piece together with the totality of everything that we've heard is absolutely helpful for the government.
Well, let's see what the defense's response was, because we know they had an opportunity to cross-examine him, and he was asked about this friction between the victims and the defendant. So let's listen to that line of questioning. We'll break it down.
Have you ever seen Melly with a gun?
Objection, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Have you ever seen him track with a gun? Possibly. Yes. Maybe. Maybe so. Okay. You don't know of any friction between Melly and Anthony Davis at any time, Anthony Williams at any time? I know of. And you don't know of any friction between Melly and Christopher Thomas at any time? I know of. And you don't know of any friction that occurred at the studio that night that would cause anybody to get murdered?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation.
Sustain.
You didn't see any friction at the studio that night of any magnitude? I did. You did? I didn't. Okay, you did. With respect to your daily marijuana regimen, did you smoke before you came here today? I did not. Okay. I have another question. Thank you. I should have.
You ever find these witnesses who really don't want to be there? That's an example of somebody who really doesn't want to be there. What'd you think?
It's tough for any attorney, whether you're the direct examining attorney asking questions first or the cross-examining attorney asking questions next when you've got a really uncooperative witness. What the defense is trying to establish is there's a lack of motive here. And this is a person who's close to the defendant. And really there's, this witness is establishing there's not friction, there's not beef, there's not anything going on that would give
taken without the... Okay. Detective Moretti, in terms of the address that we just talked about, that 3220 address, what subdevelopment was that located in?
That was in Sunset Lakes.
Is that the same subdivision as that 18541 address we talked about earlier today?
It's the same development, but not the actual same sub-community.
Approximately how far apart are they?
They're about maybe less than a mile apart.
Okay. After you reviewed these coordinates and had some idea of a path of travel and location, did you go and try and locate any other surveillance footage that would be useful in the presentation of this case?
We got the video from the Turnpike, from 595.
Okay.
We got the video from the McDonald's. There was a video from the Monastery School. We were on US 27 looking for video, which we did not recover any.
Okay. In terms of the cameras on US 27, what did you learn about those?
The video was much to our surprise that those cameras do not record.
And so the initial date of when you obtained the T-Mobile records, do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was, the initial records was prior to the T-Mobile records?
Prior to the T-Mobile?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So after you got the T-Mobile, did you look for other video on Pines Boulevard or assign someone to do so on the east side of 172nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they successful in obtaining any footage?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Going forward on November 21st, did you have the opportunity to respond out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of the geography of that location?
It's an isolated road in the Everglades off of US 27. There's not a lot out there. There's a waste management dump. It's not well lit. And travel the middle of the night. It's dark. The roads aren't identified. No street lamps.
So based on the review, what date did Mr. Williams start with the new phone?
August 17, 2018.
So going forward with Mr. Williams' phone, did you review every single photo that you had access to in that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review every single video you had access to in that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the percentage of photos and videos that showed Mr. Williams, what number would you assign to that?
I would say it would probably be 75 to 80% on.
In terms of the time frame after the homicide occurred, were there any outgoing calls on Mr. Williams' phone?
No, ma'am.
Were there incoming calls?
I believe there were some incoming calls, but nothing that was nothing was received or anything like that. There was no response from the time.
So once law enforcement had the phone in their possession, did they pick up any of the phone calls?
No.
Did they respond to any of the text messages?
No, ma'am.
In terms of the activity on the phone, what was the last recorded activity you have in this phone that Mr. Williams had completed?
I believe it was somewhere around midnight. The timeline would tell me sometime around midnight.
And so we're looking at the timeline, help refresh your recollection as to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm looking at page 392 for US 10. you all give my questionnaire. What's the last outgoing activity from that cell phone?
Okay, the last recorded activity outgoing from that phone was on actually 10/25/2018 at 11:59 p.m.
Okay. And in terms of the outgoing activity, who was that going to? What phone number?
It just shows the outgoing message. It doesn't say who it was going to. He had sent previous messages outgoing. You can't tell who he's talking to in this because you can see it says outgoing and it says from.
Okay. So in terms of looking at the reports on this phone on the timeline, that's not the best way to review the messaging content.
No,
What's the best way to look at the messaging content?
actually in messaging.
So with regards to this timeline here, are you able to look at an entry on the timeline and verify it against a chat or messaging printout or report?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to go now and talk about Christopher Thomas's cell phone. Where was that cell phone found?
That was found in the back, right rear passenger floorboard.
And what color case was on that one, do you recall?
I believe it was a blue case.
And in terms of the cellular data, we were discussing that yesterday. On Mr. Williams' phone, who was the registered subscriber?
It was Boost Mobile, but the user of the phone was Chris Thomas.
I'm sorry, Anthony Williams' phone. Who was the registered subscriber? And if you need to refer to anything, please let me know.
The T-Mobile CDR would help.
Okay. And so I'll publish states 63. So is this one of the T-Mobile CDRs that you received back?
Yes.
This has been previously put into evidence as State 63 and the T-Mobile records. I'm going to go to the account details. The activation date on this particular CDR for the phone number 954-248-9081. Who was it saying was the account name under?
Jamie L. King.
Do you know who Jamie King is?
Is the mother of the defendant.
And where did you first meet Miss King?
At the hospital.
In terms of the activation date, what date was that?
Activation date was 8/17/2018.
Is that the same date that you just specified to was when that phone timeline started?
Yes, ma'am.
As to the account expiration or cancellation date, what date was that canceled on?
10/29/2018.
With regards to the data on Mr. Williams' phone, did you get the same true call data like you did for the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
When we were talking, and I believe it was states 88 or 89, about the location at Pembroke Road. How far away was the estimated phone location of the defendant from where the casings were actually found?
About 100 meters.
how far away was Mr. Williams' phone estimated location from the network compared to where the casings were found?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Williams' phone was about 100 meters from where the casings were found, and the defendant's phone was about 400 meters.
In terms of, I think I tried to ask you this the other day. Detective Moretti, with regards to this subscriber information on the 772-713-9807, who was that phone subscribed to?
Jamie King,
And again, who is Ms. King?
the mother of the defendant.
And so in terms of, you were describing the difference in the distances from those two phones from the actual crime scene. And how far, you said one was, 100 meters, one was 400 meters? In terms of the geography of that location, can you go off of Pembroke Road north?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What types of brush, environmental trees, describe all that for the ladies and gentlemen.
It's a fish.
Excuse me, can we have a time frame when he's doing this? I don't know if it's this year or
Steve,
on
hang right there,
the
hang right there.
Sustain.
Detective Moretti, with regards to when you went there in 2018, describe the vegetation for the ladies and gentlemen.
When we were processing the crime scene in 2018, it was November 21st. It's a thick, heavy brush, marsh-like. It's actually deemed a wetlands area, believe it or not. So there's not a lot that can be done, built out there because of the way it's zoned as a preservation area. So it's very thick, very heavy. You're not moving to that area.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about the trajectory rods that were placed in the vehicle. In terms of your investigation, was there one rod in particular that was important?
objection beyond his expertise. Hasn't been qualified.
Thank you, sustain.
Detective Moretti, with regards to Rod K, what was that? Why was that important in your investigation?
I sustain the objection.
Different question here in terms of.
He objected again, I sustain the objection. Statement.
Detective Moretti, were you present when trajectory rods were placed into the vehicle?
Yes, I.
Objection. And they were placed at several dates. So I would ask.
Excuse me. You made your objection, right? Objection understood. Over. Proceed.
So Detective Moretti, I want to start on the first date that trajectory rods were put in that vehicle, on October 26th of 2018. Were you present at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to talk about then on November 28th of 2018, where the present trajectory rods were placed again into the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Going forward until 2021, when Detective Christopher Williams put trajectory rods in that vehicle. Were you present at that time?
No, ma'am.
When the vehicle was looked at again in February of 2023, February 14th, I believe, were you present at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the information on the trajectory rods, was that something that you took into account in your investigation?
Yes, the rod K was.
Objection to further.
Sustain. Justify took it into account, but
Okay.
that's the end.
And so, for purposes of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where was Rod K?
Rod K was extended from the outside of the right rear passenger side door and was protruded to the inside of the vehicle, all the way through the vehicle, through the left rear passenger area where someone would be sitting, and the end point was the interior door frame. The only way that could have hit if that door frame was open.
Okay. So, I want to go forward now. And so at this point in November 21st of 2018, did you have any information that led back to the house at 18541? That anyone had gone back to that house that was involved in the murder?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Not for the truth of the matter.
We had no information at that point. Do we had any nexus between the house and the crime itself?
In November of 2018, did you know where Frito Bang or Frederick Gibbons was living?
No, ma'am.
Have you been able to identify Frederick Gibbons as an individual that might have information in this case?
The name came up early on in the investigation, but could not, locate where he was at or where he was living.
And so to go back to, States 63, the CDRs from T-Mobile. Approximately, again, what date did you receive the T-Mobile records?
It was around November 9th.
Okay. So, on the CDRs, Alan first. When you get the CDRs, is there an explanation page that is given on each one?
Yes, ma'am.
What does this tell you about the records?
It explains all the columns that's on the CDR. The date explains what UTC is, how to, extrapolate it back to the actual year for proper time. The duration, that's how long the call is. It's always done in seconds. Call type. Is it a call, call forwarding, incoming, outgoing, MMS, which is the multimedia, SMS, text message, just the different formats, mobile origination, mobile terminating. That's sometimes the calls received on one tower, switch off to another tower, and that's received mobile terminating.
Does it indicate whether or not a phone call is sent to voicemail?
Yes.
And how does that show up in these call detail records?
You'll see it says call forwarding, then you'll also see the standard T-Mobile phone voicemail number, which is always relatively very standard, 805-637-7243.
Okay. And so that is explained in the document that's included with the records.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you create this document?
No, ma'am.
Who does?
T-Mobile.
So going to the call detail records here that's already been entered into evidence in State 63, which phone number are we looking at on this particular one?
772-713-9807.
Can you explain what the IMSI and IMEI are?
The MCMISI is International Mobile Subscriber Identification. That's just the account number for the subscriber on the network. Then the IMEI is your International Mobile Equipment Identifier. That's the number that actually communicates with on the network with the tower and the phone and everything else. It's actually a more important number than the actual phone number.
Okay. Is the actual phone number reflected in these records as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would you be able to tell, other than at the top, whether it's an incoming or outgoing phone call to that phone number?
It'd be in the column that says direction.
On these CDRs, you mentioned UTC time, so I'm going to have to ask you to do math again, my apologies. What UTC time corresponds to 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on October 26th of 2018?
On this one, we would be subtracting 4 hours off, so you have line 19 highlighted. That would be 9:48:15 UTC time, which would be Eastern Standard Time would be 5:48:15.
Okay. So what is 6:46 UTC?
6:46 would be 1:46 a.m.
In terms of the phone calls and anything, I'm sorry, 6:46 would be what time?
6:46 would be, 2:46 a.m.
Okay. And then 8:40 UTC on October 26, 2018. What time would that be on 10/26/2018 Eastern time, or local time.
3:40 a.m.
I'm sorry, you said?
The 5:40 a.m.
Okay, so 8:40, you subtract 4,
Yes, ma'am, so it'll be 4:40 a.m.
4:40 a.m. Okay. So at 4:40 a.m., the 772-713 phone number is calling what phone number?
954-376-9158.
And in terms of, does that phone number come up again later on during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
So, showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as states quadruple D and quadruple W. Business records or things. Swamp of Jason Summers. Showing phone numbers.
Can we approach?
Yes, sir. All right, let the record reflect these jury step documents for me and we'll read the defendant. You need a reference break? Bring Jack Garrison?
That's good.
Thank you. Anything else to discuss right now?
After the rest of them, right, after the presence of the witness and the jury, yes.
So, Mr. Jack Moretti, you got-
There is an assumption, not a presumption, that he had the phone. You know, people don't let their phones out of their sight. It's almost like a woman's purse. You don't give it to somebody else to hold on to while you go run errands or go do a recording session. So I think it's foundational to show that this shooting was done by Jamell.
Well, they also have suggested that that phone was used by multiple people, not him exclusively. But Megan, I'll go to you real quick. The defense has said that investigators had tunnel vision. As soon as they found out about aspiring rapper YNW Melly, they only focused on him and they ignored other leads. Is there anything that you've seen to suggest that that's accurate?
I think that it might be, and it's going to be interesting to see how the cross-examination goes, and ultimately if the jury finds it persuasive. There is mounting evidence against the defendant in this case, and the defense blaming tunnel vision doesn't change that mountain of evidence, right? If the investigators followed leads that the jury believes are appropriate, which seemingly the prosecution has done a good job presenting evidence in that way, that might be a defense that really isn't persuasive, and we'll just have to see how it plays out.
We will see how it plays out, but in the meantime, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to see more of Detective Moretti's testimony. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. So they have taken a break right now in the YNW Melly double murder trial. What we're going to do is actually go back to what we saw yesterday, because right now we're seeing the continuation of the state's witness, Detective Moretti, the lead detective in this case. Let's go back to yesterday and hear a little bit more about what he had to say.
What's the number, Travis?
93.
Thank you.
Okay, Detective Moretti, I'm going to put this up here to publish. And so we're going to start over here on US 27. Could you indicate on the map up ahead, and you can either use your finger or if you want to go really old school with a pointer, take your pick.
I could probably use the pointer.
Could you indicate that canal that you indicated on the west side of US 27?
Right here going north and south, running parallel with US 27 Canal Road.
Okay, so I'm going to move this over a little bit. I'm going now to show the 208th Avenue. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the gate is on the south end of 208th Avenue?
There's a gate right here.
Okay. And will you show the gate at the eastern edge of the western part of Pembroke Road as to where traffic is stopped?
Repeat that again?
Can you show the gate at the eastern edge of the western part of Pembroke Road?
Where about here?
And in terms of the waste management facility, is that indicated and shown on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that?
Right where it says waste management.
And in terms of the access to that, is there a gate for there as well? Sorry, move it up.
There's actually right about here.
We just learned that if you touch on that screen, it works too. Okay, Detective Moretti, if you resume your seat. Detective, did you have an opportunity with the Broward Sheriff's Office Aviation Unit to travel from the studio at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue
Yes, ma'am.
to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27 via helicopter?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a video of that flight captured?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the points of travel that you referred to from the call detail records and the timing event stuff that you found with?
Yes, ma'am.
So I also want to talk about, did you have an occasion at approximately 3:20 in the morning to go to 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you then travel from that location across 595 to I-75 to Miramar Parkway and then out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that filmed with video to fairly and accurately show the conditions at 4 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as quadruple J for aviation and states quadruple K for the nighttime driving. Detective Moretti, approaching and showing you what's been previously marked for identification purposes only. The states quadruple J and quadruple K. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, my initials and badge numbers on it.
Did you have an opportunity to review those before you came in here to testify today?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the flight from 805 Northeast 4th Avenue to the location, and as well as the dark condition driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states quadruple J and states quadruple K at states 94 and 5.
May I ask one or two questions?
Yes,
And do it from here.
sure.
I'm getting tired. What day did you do the helicopter trip?
Maybe about a month ago. I don't have the exact date. It would be on the video.
I'm sorry, a month ago?
About a month ago, sir.
2023?
Yes, sir.
So that would be June of 23,
Yes, sir.
while we were in trial,
No, it was before the trial started.
picking a jury then.
I don't know, sir.
Okay, June of 23.
No, this is straight to sound like false objection.
Well, it's to the predicate. I'm sorry, Judge.
No problem. Two of us can't talk at one time, but in any event, proceed, Counsel.
The nighttime driving at 3:20, you said?
321, yes, sir.
What day did you do that?
It was probably about maybe 3 or 4 months ago.
So that would have been in
Maybe April.
April of 23?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at any of the conditions, whether or not there were any accidents in 19, 18 when this occurred?
No, sir.
Did you look at whether or not the weather conditions were the same as when you went out in June and April of this year?
No, sir.
Objection on predicate, foundation and relevancy.
Done? You're done?
All right, Philip, what did you make of that? Because again, that was from yesterday. He's the lead detective in this case, being questioned about these key details of evidence. You know, it's not an exact science. We don't have the smoking gun necessarily showing the movements of the defendant, but the prosecution's trying to get pretty close.
Yeah, he's trying to paint him in a corner, is what it looks like. He's trying to show with little breadcrumbs that Jamell was actually there, that he was, in fact, if not the shooter, he was present. Remember, from day one, he claimed he wasn't even with these guys when it all went down. But I got to tell you, from where I'm sitting, it's not looking for this kid, looking good for this kid. I think what they need to do is change their angle. They need to say that, yes, this occurred, and it might not look like self-defense to the police, but if this were a drive-up rather than a drive-by, he anticipated getting shot at, and he shot first to thwart their shots. And if in the process he killed his own passengers, if the jury believes it was reasonable under the circumstances and that there was an imminent threat of death or great bodily injury, I think they can still cut him loose on a self-defense theory. But to say he had no hand in it, he wasn't there, this detective is putting him right there at the scene.
You know what is strange, though, that I can't get past, Megan? I don't see this warning sign from the defendant before he allegedly commits these murders. Now, I know the prosecution has put forward evidence that he was involved in the gang culture, he was part of the G-Shine Bloods, that he could have killed his friends as an oath to loyalty. I get the buildup. But we heard from Mr. Glass yesterday. We were hearing from other witnesses. It doesn't seem like he was, even looking at the surveillance footage, like he's about to commit a double murder. That for me is the part that makes that seems odd. Now, at the end of the day, motive's not an element of a crime. People can snap like that. People can be cold-blooded. I think I'm more led by what does the forensic evidence suggest? You know, the bullet tracings, the medical examiner, the shots on the left side of the victims indicates that they were shot by somebody on the left of the car, and we know that he was on the left side of the car. But that's just the part that strikes me. It doesn't seem like he was about to commit double murder.
Well, and juries are always looking for an answer to the why question, whether it's a criminal case or a civil case. Even if it's not an element you have to prove, every trial lawyer knows and every prosecutor knows that you've got to establish the why. And so the forensic evidence is compelling, and a lot of juries see that as an impartial witness, if you will, right? Forensic cell phone data, GPS data, things of that nature cannot be fabricated, even if the defense is true.
Yep. Megan, I think we got a little cut off right there. I'll tell you what, we're going to work on Megan's connection. We're going to take a break. When we come back, let's see more of that testimony on the other side.
Thank you very much.
Bring the witness back in. The witness, resume stand by.
Yep. Thank you. Detective Moretti, please.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of our jury. The defendant, Mr. Demons, the counsel, the assistant state attorney, our witness, Detective Moretti, remains on the stand. Counsel, if you can continue, please.
So, Detective Moretti, I was coming to show you what's been previously marked as state's quadruple lead and quadruple W. Do you recognize these two exhibits? Please take a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Moretti, are those stated off of those now pursuant to 90.803 subsection 6 of this business records, Your Honor?
Thank you.
Counsel, I'm sorry, can I see them, please? Please not be able to.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Just notice overruled. Will be admitted.
States quadruple B will be marked states 96, and states quadruple W will be marked states 97.
That was Chase and States 96. Chase.
96 is
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to start with publishing States 96. Detective Moretti, the records that you just reviewed, where are they from on the first one that we are looking at?
This is the Chase Bank records for the operating account of the management team for the defendant.
Okay. And did you seek a subpoena or legal process to get these particular records?
They were achieved through a subpoena.
So I want to go here. There are a number of accounts in this. So I'm going to start the name of the manager. What was his name?
Jameson Francois.
Did you have an occasion to meet with Mr. Francois?
Several times.
Okay. So I'm going to start on this. This is the count ending in 5827 for counsel. It's sublabeled page 1 of the records. Did Mr. Francois list a telephone number on his bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
And what number is that?
954-376-9158.
Okay, going back to States 63, the phone call at 4:40 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:40 UTC. What phone number is that?
954-376-9158.
And so the first phone number and was published from account ending in 5827. Going out to the account ending in 5835. What was the account number on this for the telephone number?
954-376-9158.
And that's for Mr. Francois.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There are two phone numbers on this particular account. Do you recognize the name Adria Scott?
Yes, that's the wife of Mr. Davidson Francois, as well as part of the management team for the defendant.
Going to the account ending in 5850. Did Mr. Francois put a phone number on that account as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what, same phone number?
Same phone number, ma'am.
Going to the phone number in 5868. Same phone number?
Same phone number, ma'am.
Continuing, ending, the account ending in 6173. What phone number is on that one?
954-376-9158.
And the account's in 5173.
954-376-9158.
So in terms of the date and time frame that these records cover is 2019. Let me go now to States 97 is the SunTrust. Stuart?
Yes, that's 97.
Is SunTrust.
Thank you.
Okay. Detective Moretti, again, with regards to the records from SunTrust, how did you obtain these?
Through a subpoena.
When you got the SunTrust records, did it have identifying information for Mr. Francois?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a personal mobile number listed on the SunTrust accounts?
954-376-9158.
And in terms of the dates on these records, what is the date down here at the bottom?
8/29/2018.
Is that before or after the murders of Mr. Thomas and Mr. Williams?
Before.
So going back to the phone records, the next phone call that after the 4:40 a.m. is 9:03 UTC, which if you would be so kind as to subtract the 4 to give us our actual time.
The 5:03:06 a.m.
Okay. And so on these records, does it indicate a duration of a phone calls?
It's a 5-second phone call.
And which column are you looking at for that?
Where it says duration.
Is that the second column?
It would be column C if you look at the top of the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you. So going down to the 903:16, you mentioned a voicemail number before.
Correct, ma'am.
And so if this 805-637-7249, what does that mean according to these records?
It's indicates that the call was forwarded to a voicemail service system.
So when you look at call line 16 and 17 together, what does it tell you what happened with the incoming call from 772-501-6942?
The call came in, and then it was immediately forwarded out to the voicemail service, which is 805-637-7249.
Going to the next phone call, which 9:04 UTC would translate to what time regular Eastern Standard?
The 504-27.
And that incoming call comes from what number?
225-529-5054.
So I want to switch over in states 63 to Sprint records and the subscriber information for 225-529-5054.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the subscriber information for that 225-529-5054 number?
Frederick Gibbons.
And were you able to identify Frederick Gibbons during the course of this investigation by a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Fredo Banks.
Excuse me, could we have a time frame for that?
Sure. And Detective Moretti, at what point did you learn that Frederick Gibbons also went by the name of Fredo Bang?
Relatively within the first couple of days of the investigation.
Did you know where Fredo Bang lived anytime during the year 2018?
We later learned, months later into the investigation, the specific house, but at the time of the, in October, November, no.
So the data that we looked through yesterday on the cell phone records that showed the location of Mr. Bang's house versus where these phones thought they were. And that is States 92. Detective Moretti, just based on the cell phone information that you had that put the phone somewhere along Southwest 192nd Avenue, would you write a search warrant for every single house on that block?
No, ma'am, absolutely not.
When you're writing a search warrant for a specific house or dwelling, how narrowly tailored do you have to be?
Extremely specific. The more intrusive the warrant gets, the more restricted it becomes. And for us to go into a house, a residence, with a crime of this nature, it's going to be extremely very detailed. We have to establish a nexus. We have to know for sure. We have to have corroborating statements, sworn statements. We arbitrarily just can't assume and write the warrant.
Okay. So I want to go now to the phone call that's highlighted here, 10/26/2018, 10/23/49, and the 10/26/2018, 10/24/21.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned the voicemail number. Is that another example of a phone call being forwarded to voicemail?
Yes, ma'am.
The phone numbers for Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, are they shown anywhere in any of these as a called number?
No, ma'am.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the time frame is on these records that you were requesting?
We were basically, we have to keep them very specific. We can't just do a blanket warrant and just ask for, months of time. This was specific to the homicide from around 1 a.m. until about 6 a.m.
And is that reflected at the top of the records there?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the subscriber records, again, going back to the subscriber records for the 772-713-9807 phone number. Is there a additional contact number listed with that phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that additional contact for the billing account listed as?
Jamie King,
And what phone number is listed for Jamie King under the billing contact?
772-501-6942.
To go back to the records here. So you said 772.
501-6942.
So that was again line 16 and 17 that you referred that said went to voicemail.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, that same phone number shows up on line 20 and 21 to voicemail.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to go to November 30th of 2018. Did you go to Cocoa Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you go to Cocoa Beach without saying what was said?
I went there to meet an individual witness in this case who was concerned for the safety of one of their children.
Without saying what she said or what they said, what was the demeanor of this witness?
She was very fearful for one of her children's safety.
And so who was this witness that you met with on November 30th of 2018?
Felicia Holmes.
When you went and met with Ms. Holmes, did she show you any statements coming from the 772-713-9807 phone number?
Who's objecting?
Hearsay. Relevance.
Sustain.
Your Honor, may we approach that?
Sure.
Met with Ms. Holmes. Where did you meet with her?
It was in the parking lot of a McDonald's near her house in Cocoa Beach.
And approximately what time did you drive up there at?
It was I believe a Saturday evening, probably around 7 o'clock at night. We got up there like around 8 or 9.
Okay. In terms of when you met with her, how was her demeanor?
Objection. Calls for conclusion on the part of this witness.
Overruled.
Fearful for her, for one of her children's safety.
Second objection.
Negative. Overruled.
So after that was on, you said November 30th,
Yes.
I want to go forward to December 4th of 2000, December 4th or December 5th, please correct me if I'm wrong, of 2018. Were you made aware of a documentary that was published by the defendant?
December 4th, yes, ma'am.
In this documentary, what platform was it on?
YouTube.
Was that publicly accessible?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review that documentary?
Yes, ma'am.
And what information in that documentary at the very end was important to your investigation?
It was just that last couple seconds of the 22-minute video in which words pop up on the screen saying that...
Objection.
Sustain.
Okay. In terms of that documentary, is that still publicly available on YouTube today?
as far as I know.
Did you go ahead and preserve a copy of that documentary?
When I first saw it, yes.
In terms of, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state quadruple X that's been previously shown to defense counsel. Detective Running, do you recognize state's quadruple X?
Yes, so some drive with my initials and badge number.
How do you recognize that?
It's the, what was provided to you.
Okay. Is that an edited or condensed version of that documentary?
I'm not sure if that's the edited or the full version.
Okay. Do you want to check it again to verify which version it is?
Yes, please.
Okay.
just tell by the 1 minute 46 seconds if this is the edited one.
And does this documentary fairly and accurately, these clips, show who was pictured in this documentary and the inmate?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this put out and released by the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the state would request to move state's quadruple X in the next number exhibit.
Sure.
That the defendant's record label published this video.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would offer state's quadruple X as state's 98.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Thank you. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple X will be marked states 98.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So, Detective Moretti, after you saw this video, I want to segue now into some of the other online investigations and other people that you looked at. Did you solely focus your homicide investigation on this defendant?
No, ma'am.
So let's talk a little bit about an individual by the name of Robert Colburn. Who was Robert Colburn?
Mr. Colburn was a young 15-year-old kid. He posted something stupid on social media.
Objection to the word stupid. He doesn't know what it is. I'm sorry.
One or two words. No speaking.
Objection hearsay.
Thank you. Sustained.
So in terms of the post on social media by Mr. Colburn, did you view it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have a specific Instagram handle or name that he was using?
Yes.
And what was that?
Could I refer to my notes?
If you need to refresh your recollection, please do. Okay, and so what was the Instagram name of Mr. Colburn at that time?
It was Brackwoods, BRACKWOODZ.
And at some point, did you speak with Mr. Colburn?
Yes.
And in terms of when you interviewed him, how long after the homicide was passed?
It was a day or two after the homicide that I think it was actually that day, that evening, he made an inappropriate comment online.
Objection.
Okay. And when you
Let's
say,
see if she made a comment online. Sustained.
so without going into what was said on that, did you find or locate any location data that placed Mr. Colburn in Miramar on October 26, 2018?
No.
Did you find any casings that matched the homicide scene in Mr. Colburn's vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you find anything else other than the online posting, which we can't get into the content of, that Mr. Colburn did that would show he was involved in this homicide?
Absolutely not.
Okay. What about an individual by the name of Montrell Roll? Did that name come up during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And with regards to Mr. Roll, did you make contact with him?
I made contact with his sister.
And from April of 2018 to the present, where does Mr. Roll reside?
Indian River County Jail.
And in terms of October 26th of 2018, where was Mr. Roll residing?
in River County Jail.
Ever been out on bond to your knowledge?
Nope.
So, did you find any location information that would put Mr. Roll at the scene of the crime?
No.
Were you able to verify his alibi?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to talk a little bit about Crucial Almighty, an individual on Twitter. Was that a name that you looked into?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was Crucial Almighty?
He was a gentleman from Fort Pierce, David Hedgepeth. He shortly after the homicide, he placed pictures online, made references.
Okay.
So we eventually interviewed him, and our assumption of him was correct. He was trying to.
Objection.
Let's not speculate on that.
Okay.
So, Detective Moretti, with regards to Mr. Almighty, did you review some online songs and postings that he made back in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of, because we can't get into the contents of them, did you follow up as to where Mr. Hedgepeth was on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do to follow up on that?
We subpoenaed work records.
And where was he working then?
He was working on.
Objection. Hearsay.
Say,
Maybe approach?
sure.
So going forward to, with regards to Mr. Hedgepeth, did you write a warrant to obtain information and contents from his Twitter?
Yes,
Just for Mr. Hedgepeth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in terms of the information from Mr. Hedgepeth's Twitter, did any location data place him in Miramar on October 26, 2018?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Hedgepeth post any photos of the Jeep with bullet holes on it?
He did post a picture of the Jeep, which was online at that time.
Okay. And in terms of when the picture that he posted, was it from the Miramar Police Department?
I have to see the picture.
Okay. In terms of going back to the warrants, and we'll come back to Mr. Hedgepeth's on Twitter as well. I'm going to have to move a couple things around on the computer to show it to you. So we talked about Anthony Williams and reviewing his phone. You said you did the same for Chris Thomas's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I failed to ask you what percentage of photos and videos on Mr. Thomas's phone depicted Christopher Thomas?
It was about the same, 75-80%.
And in terms of the cell phone number that was assigned to each of the two individuals that are deceased in this case, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas,
Yes, ma'am.
do you know those numbers by heart at this point?
No, I have to refer back.
Okay. So I'm first going to ask for Anthony Williams. What was Mr. Williams' phone number on October 26, 2018?
No, I know Mr. Williams was the 954 number. It was 954-371-7895.
Okay, and that was, hold on.
I'm sorry, that was Dontavius Withers.
Octavius Withers? Okay.
Yes.
So, in terms of Mr. Williams'
It
phone,
was 954-248-9081.
and then Mr. Thomas's phone from the Sprint records, do you recall his phone number?
His was the 772-713-2341.
So on Mr. Thomas's phone, did you do a similar extraction that we've already discussed about with Mr. Williams' phone?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of the dates and times of use of that cell phone, were you able to determine the last outgoing communication from Mr. Thomas's phone?
It was around 3 a.m. on 10/26/2018.
And do you know what the contents of that conversation was?
He was, Mr. Thomas was texting his girlfriend, asking her where he was at, where she was at.
In terms of the phones of Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas, was there any other outgoing communication you could find other than what you talked about after doing it?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidence that Mr. Thomas or Mr. Williams had been buying marijuana that day?
Yes, they all were communicating about the purchasing. They purchased earlier in the day, then later on that day as well before going to the studio to purchase again.
Are you aware that of what's been previously admitted into evidence as states 39?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that substance?
It is marijuana.
Is this the marijuana that was recovered from that car, a Jeep?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to talk about, and can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a geofence warrant?
The geofence warrant is a technology that we use in criminal investigations. This technology has been around for a while. And basically a geofence warrant is where we establish a virtual perimeter around a known location. This technology is not new. It was heavily used recently in the January 6th riots. That's how you can identify individuals.
So you explained when you're doing a geofence warrant, you said you're creating a
Virtual fence
around
a known location.
Okay. So I'm going to put and publish for what's been introduced as States 93. And if you could, for the purposes of the record, what does States 93 show?
This is just the map layout, the Google Maps of the area where the crime took place.
Okay. Did you do a geofence warrant for this location?
Yes.
And could you explain and show by drawing a approximate box of the geofence location that you did?
Yes, I did a radius. It's very similar to that.
And so when you said you did a radius, how do you identify this location or circumference or diameter to Google?
Well, based upon the crime scene that we knew, I drew a radius around that perimeter, not too large. I want to be careful not to, have US 27 interfere. So I just focused on the area around the crime scene, and the size of the radius is actually in the warrant.
And in terms of the activity that's going to show up on a geofence warrant, a regular Apple cell phone, is that going to show up on that?
Technically, yes, it can. If an Apple device is using a Google, an Android type app, which is Gmail, Google, search engine, then yes, you could potentially be identified in there. We will mostly identify Android devices.
In terms of, you said mentioning Google, does that include Google Maps?
Yes.
Does the device have to be actively using a Google or a Google-based application for an iPhone to show up there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Does the Apple iPhone have to access either Gmail or something in the background for it to show up in the geofence warrant?
Yes, but you also have to have your location data on as well.
What does that mean?
When you set up your Gmail account, it's going to ask you, do you want to save, store location data? Most people turn it off because they don't want to be sharing their location with Google.
And in terms of the Google accounts that warrants were done on this case that have previously been discussed, the YNW Melly at Gmail, YNW Melly booking at gmail.com, did you do a search warrant on that particular email address?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the status of the location services for that?
It was turned off.
If an individual has an Android phone, what's going to show up on a geofence warrant?
It will show up on the geofence warrant.
When you did the geofence warrant in this case, did any other devices show up at this location?
No devices showed up at the location.
So going forward now, I'm going to talk about January 17th of 2019. Did you have an opportunity to meet with one of the individuals involved in this case?
Yes.
And who was that?
Jacoby Mills.
And where did you speak with Mr. Mills?
Indian River County Jail.
When you spoke with Mr. Mills, or I'm sorry, about going into what he was talking about, did you then, after speaking with him, did you then have probable cause to write search warrants for various offenses?
Sustained.
After you, did you write a search warrant for a residence after speaking with Mr. Mills?
Yes.
And what residence was that?
Janice and Francois.
Why didn't you write one for the YNW Melly house from October of 2019?
We had no nexus between the crime itself and the house. There was no evidence that they ever went back to that house. And then within a month or so after the incident, they had already been moved out.
And it was Mr. Demons living in that house in January of 2018?
No, ma'am.
So why didn't you write a warrant at that point for the house for Mr. Frito Bang at 3220 address?
We did not confirm that address until we seized the phone used by the defendant. It was when the first time we actually confirmed it.
And so...
Excuse me, what's the objection?
May we approach?
Sure.
Phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward a little bit while we're on that subject, and then I need to establish the phone number. And I want to show you what defense counsel has previously seen and viewed as able to state quadruple Y. Did you have an occasion on, pursuant to prior agreement, counsel?
Yes.
State would move states quadruple Y into evidence.
Is there any objection?
99.
No.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple Y will be marked states 99.
Detective, in terms of on February 20th of 2019, did you listen to a phone call that was placed from the Broward County Jail to 772-713-9807?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish the first 6 minutes of that phone call.
This is a collect call from an inmate at Broward County Main Jail. To pay for just this call using your credit or debit card, please press 1. To decline this call will cost $2.05 for the first minute and 30 cents. for each additional minute, plus any applicable federal, state, and local taxes, plus a one-time transaction fee of $3. You will only be charged the per-minute rate for the amount of time you are on the phone. If you do not want to connect this call, but would like to fund an account to pay for future calls, please hang up and dial 800-844-6591.
Never mind. Oh, seriously.
While the person you are calling is entering information to pay for this call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To continue, press 1. To disconnect, press 2. Safety producing, Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello?
Hey, Mom.
Hey, baby. Why you just call my phone where I got my credit card linked to? You should have called my phone, baby, because I put money on my phone.
It's money on my phone.
No, you out of money. It said that this account was empty. I just put my credit card on your phone now.
Yeah, you could have. Oh, yeah, my credit card is flipped.
Yeah, I don't know your credit card number because it asks for like your expiration date and your zip code. I don't know what your stuff is that's linked to that card. What are your 7-Eleven? There's 7-Eleven nearby. What you doing, baby?
Yeah, I'm driving. You can just my credit card. I'm gonna give you my credit card number.
Well, I'm trying to get back your phone because he said I'll be answering the phone like I'm supposed to.
And we gonna be working and all that.
Yeah. Oh, he just said he loves you. Keep your head up. And everything. And then yeah, Peasy. When's been checking your phone? I ain't been reading your stuff, but we got like text messages from him. I didn't know if you want me to call him or anything on three-way or...
Yeah, I mean, call Justin Combs.
Who is that? Hold on. You got your number?
P. Diddy's son, yeah, it's in my phone. Justin Combs.
Oh, P. Diddy's son. Okay. Hey, I got the bridge. The bridge went up. I should block it. The bridge went up. Okay, yeah, we put in the GPS for 7-Eleven. Okay, yeah, uh-huh. So I go under contact, I go under Justin Combs.
Yeah.
What's the number? It said I need facial recognition.
762-556.
7. Oh my God! I'm trying to drive. I'm trying to do this. Hold on. 762-556.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mariah, can you drive real quick? I just like, hold on. I'm about to have Mariah drive so I can do this for you. Cause I'm trying to.
Okay, so detective, I want to make sure it's clear what number was being dialed.
772-713-9807.
Are you able to identify who was speaking by their voice?
It was the defendant speaking with his mother.
They mentioned Track. What nickname goes with what legal name?
Jameson Francois.
That was on, I'm sorry again, what date?
2/20/2019.
Okay. In 1902. If you could convert-
7:02 p.m.
So I want to go and ask on the 28th day of February 2019, did you meet with Jameson Francois?
28th of February is, what day was that?
February 28th of 2018?
Yes.
Did you meet with Jameson Francois?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you meet with him?
State Attorney's Office.
And where is that located?
201 Southeast 6th Street.
Is that the same building we're in today?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with Mr. Francois, did he have a phone on this person?
Yes.
And did you seize that cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states quadruple Z. Detective, do you recognize that item?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that item?
It's my handwriting, it's my packaging of the cell phone that we seized that day.
Is that in the same or substantially same conditions when you seized it on the person of Jameson Francois on February 28th of 2019?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state was requesting a state quadruple Z in a state 100.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple Z, mark states 100.
So Detective Moretti, once this phone was seized, what did you do?
It was, immediately put it into airplane mode so it could not be remotely wiped. Then was transported back to the station and it was turned over to Detective Zeller who did the digital forensic examination.
And,
Top right.
and you said it prevents digital or remote wiping.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Apple, I think, more specifically with Apple devices, you can just log into your iCloud account and wipe your iCloud account remotely. If it's in airplane, if it's in on regular service, it can be wiped even now with Bluetooth, you can wipe it.
Okay. So in terms of, once you had that phone and got the extraction data as was provided and testified by Detective Zeller, State 64, did you review the items that were in that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the photographs in that phone, did you go through all of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states quadruple G. Detective, in terms of, did you look through all of the photos
Yes,
that were in the
ma'am.
phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a representative sample of approximately 500 and some photos from the cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple G and as states 101 that have been previously published to the jury from state 64.
Any objection?
No.
They're admitted. What's the number, Trevor?
States quadruple G will be marked states 100.
So once you get the Celebrite extraction, is there anything you can do to verify the data on the Celebrite extraction?
It's called a manual scroll. What they teach in the Celebrite course, and you basically just scroll through the phone
Okay.
and verify some of the text messages or call logs to what's in the phone to what's in the actual report.
And could you do that in this case?
Yes.
And in terms of the phone that is before you there, what phone number is associated with you? State 100.
It's 772-713-9807.
And in terms of what passcode was used to unlock that phone?
It's 762-556.
And is that the same passcode that you listened and learned from that jail recording we just heard?
Yes, ma'am.
The phone was taken from the possession of Jameson Francois.
Yes, ma'am.
When you got the phone, you said that there was an extraction done.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain the difference between an extraction and a report of that data?
The extraction is what the Cellbrite program reads from the phone. It takes the data, puts it into a format that's readable by the UFED. Then once we're in the UFED program, the UFED app, then we start generating reports from there. If I wanted specifically, I just wanted to extract all the text messages, or if I wanted to extract specific text messages, I can generate the reports without compromising the integrity of the download.
In terms of, in this case, did you generate multiple cell phone reports?
Yes, ma'am.
First, I want to go through some of the videos from that phone. So I'm showing what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states in couple A. So showing you what's been marked as states quintuple A. You guys recognize your initials on that?
Initials and badge numbers.
And to those, just so we can double check the USBs. To the 22 files accurately represent a sample of the videos that were found on that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through all 1,002 videos that were on that phone?
Most of them, yes.
Speak up just a little bit.
Yes, ma'am, most of them.
Okay. And in terms of, do these videos fairly or accurately represent phone data or phone videos from that 772-713-9807 phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move states quintuple A in as states 102.
Reapproach.
Yes. The case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case before you further no research. Thank you. Thank you. How much time do you need a restroom break, Mr. Demons? Mr. Demons? Yes? Can we get a restroom break, Mr. Demons, please? I will be in recess. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. So we are continuing to listen to the testimony of the lead detective in the YNW Melly double murder trial. Now, of course, this is the trial where 24-year-old rapper Jamell Demons faces the death penalty for the 2018 shooting deaths of his two friends. Now, our understanding is what we have coming up in Detective Moretti's testimony, the lead detective, is recorded jail phone calls between the defendant and his mother. Let's go back into court.
So I'm going to go forward a little bit while we're on that subject, and then maybe with that phone number. And I want to show you what defense counsel has previously seen and viewed and able to state quadruple Y. Did you have an occasion on and pursuant to prior agreement, counsel?
Yes.
State would move states quadruple Y into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple Y, what do you want? States 99.
Detective, in terms of on February 20th of 2019, did you listen to a phone call that was placed from the Broward County Jail to 772-713-9807?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish the first 6 minutes of that phone call.
This is a collect call from an inmate at Broward County Main Jail. To pay for distance call using your credit or debit card, please press 1. To decline this call will cost $2.05 for the first minute and 30 cents for each additional minute. Plus any applicable federal, state, and local taxes, plus a one-time transaction fee of $3. You will only be charged the permitted rate for the amount of time you are on the phone. If you do not want to connect this call, but would like to fund an account to pay for future calls, please hang up and dial 800-844-6591.
Never mind. I'll seriously.
While the person you are calling is entering information to pay for this call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To continue, press 1. To disconnect, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello? Hey, Mom. Hey, baby. Why didn't you just call my phone where I got my credit card linked to? You should have called my phone, baby, because I put money on my phone.
It's money on my phone.
No, you out of money. It said that this account was empty. I just put my credit card on your phone now.
Yeah, yeah, you could have. Oh, yeah, it's on my credit card.
Yeah, I don't know your credit card number because it asks for like your expiration date and your zip code. I don't know what your stuff is that's linked to that card. Put it in 7-Eleven. Like 7-Eleven nearby. What you doing, Daddy?
Yeah, I'm driving. If you just my credit card, I'm gonna give you my credit card number.
Well, I'm trying to get back your phone because he said I'll be answering the phone like I'm supposed to.
And we gonna be working and all that.
Yeah. Oh, he just said he love you. Keep your head up. And everything. And then yeah, Peasy. Where's been checking your phone? I ain't been reading your stuff, but we got like text messages from him. I didn't know if you want me to call him or anything on three-way or.
Yeah, but I'm having you call Justin home through.
Who is that? Hold on. You got your number?
P. Diddy's son, yeah, it's in my phone. Justin home.
Oh, P. Diddy's son. Okay. Hey, I'm at the bridge. The bridge went up. I should go get it. The bridge. Okay, yeah, we put in the GPS for 7-Eleven. Okay, yeah, So I go under contact, I go under Justin.
Yeah.
What's the number? It said I need facial recognition.
762-556.
7. Oh my God, I'm trying to drive, I'm trying to do this. Hold on. 762-556.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mariah, can you drive real quick? I just like, hold on, I'm about to have Mariah drive so I can do this for you. Because I'm trying to.
Okay, so detective, I want to make sure it's clear what number was being dialed.
772-713-9807.
Are you able to identify who was speaking by their voice?
It was the defendant speaking with his mother.
They mentioned Track. What nickname goes Track?
I'm not going to lie to you, that was a little tough to hear. Bridget, I'll start with you. Anything that you take away from that?
A couple of things I take away from that. The first thing I take away is that if any time a defendant is in jail, know one that all the calls are being recorded.
Yes.
Any communication that you send out with any person, if it's a letter or if it's a phone call to a family member, to a friend, anyone, that is being recorded. It's admissible in trial. And it's also something that the defense counsel and prosecution even use in negotiations. The only time that a phone call is not able to be admissible is if it is a conversation with your lawyer. So that's the first takeaway. The second takeaway I would say is that just the things that she stated. I wrote down that I could barely hear some things that she was saying, but the things that I heard, she said something about credit cards, and then also that she deleted some text messages. So I'm like, okay, well, what things did she, delete for him? And then what communication did she make on his behalf after that? So I'm interested to see how this unfolds.
That's interesting. And Philip, I'll turn it over to you. I mean, again, how many jailhouse phone calls have we heard? People that don't take Bridget's advice. They even say at the beginning of the call that it's being recorded, and yet, they're played in for the jury. What'd you take away from the call?
Well, the first thing I'll take away, Jesse, is that if you and I ever decide to get out of law and legal journalism, we need to go into phone systems in the jailhouses because it is a very lucrative industry. It is very expensive to make calls. In fact, it puts poor people even deeper into the poorhouse. It's very expensive. But the bottom line is, right now, we haven't heard anything incriminating, but yes, that's exactly what it is. Anytime you speak on the phone, it is all going to be recorded and turned over to defense counsel on a disk or a thumb drive in discovery, and they're oftentimes very damaging.
He left for the day. No. I'm sorry, Jeff.
I think he's making a cup of coffee.
Okay. You can't give me that one line deleted to something that I think is funny. No one else does. Look at the detective. He thinks I'm nuts.
That was long before the time.
Ready to take a vote later.
Nothing to vote on.
Your Honor, for scheduling, say publishing videos, perhaps take a break for lunch. You can hear I'm struggling. I need to go restock on calls.
Got the idea from Mr. Adelstein that you want to take a little break before you saw the pictures, so I'd like to get through those. Just see what everybody says. Nothing to do. While you're outside, Ms. Bradley asked me if it was all right. She's going to publish these pictures and then take a lunch recess.
For about 4 more hours.
We're going to publish the pictures again?
No, not the pictures again.
That's the video. Okay.
All right? How long is it going to take about?
10 minutes.
All right. I thought it was going on for a while.
If I knew that, I would have waited. I apologize.
No problem. All right. Thank you. You all set, ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring jury.
You got that. I would have smacked that face. I would have just.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated and let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. State within couple A was admitted as state's 103, 102. Video 6. Video 7. Video 8. Video 8, Detective Moretti, if you'd be so kind as to read the print down at the bottom of this Western Union.
It says Jamell Demons, 604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida, 32962, USA, and the phone number 772-713-9807.
And what was the date of this?
Date is October 2nd, 2018.
Yeah.
That was video 9, video 10. Detective Moretti, in video 10, do you recognize the other individual?
That appeared to be Chris Tice, one of the victims.
I'm sorry, pause it on the spot.
Oh, that's Cortlen Henry.
Then you have number 11.
Be on your stuff. Stop.
And 12. Detective Moretti, can you see the reflection in this video of the cell phone?
Yes, it's in the glasses on the right lens.
Video 13. Video 14.
Everybody had Juvy. You know, I just got pulled over. Everybody had Juvy. You know, I just got pulled over. I'm a cap. So, I'm sorry if I don't make it. But I should make it. What's right? No, mama. You can see that bar, no, mama.
Who is that second individual in this video?
The co-defendant, Cortlen Henry.
I raised you blood. Reason you know the niggas you with. Cousin. Reason you got that deal you got. Cousin. The reason you are who you are. Because of me. Pussy. And if you use me like the rest of them pussy ass niggas did, you get the same consequences.
The Instagram or the social media name YNW Sakchaser 1. Who is that YNW Sakchaser 1 account belong to? So play video 21 again. Who is that?
That looks like Frederick Gibbons, it's an administrator.
And the last one.
Yeah, man, y'all know what time it is, man. My brother get that motherfucking YNW on the way. This shit for life, nigga. Stop playing. Oh, yeah, nigga, spend the time, yeah. Oh, God, nigga. Y'all stop playing. We got Russ on it, nigga. Stop playing. Okay, then, with 100K, nigga. Okay, then. Trying to drop the YNW on his face. Stop it, man.
Okay, Detective Moretti, in terms of the phone of the defendant, you got that there in front of you?
Distraction. Stay.
Sorry, my apologies. The 772-713-9807 phone that was identified in the jail call.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and whose jail call was that again?
Jamell Demons.
So,
Demons.
Reminds with Huntons. In terms of, you indicated that this phone has a passcode on it.
Yes, ma'am.
When you turned this phone on, did the passcode that was on that jail call unlock that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And so, in terms of the passcode, if you would be so kind again?
762-556.
In terms of this phone, it's remained in airplane mode. What does that mean?
It prevents it from being remotely wiped.
And what year does this phone think it is still?
It still thinks it's in 2018, actually 2019 when we seized it.
In terms of, you talked about the manual scroll.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you can do to verify the Celebrate data?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to pull up the various videos that we just watched on this same cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the airplane mode that's indicated by the, at the top, the little airplane?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you just look through the phone, like, pull it up?
The first you want to establish a, evidentiary, you want to follow evidentiary protocols. So by us taking the data, downloading it, it also authenticates it. The program itself, Celebrate, authenticates everything in the phone. It creates a hash for the download. The hash is a way to authenticate the download. Every single picture in that phone there's a hash that's created with it. So we have to authenticate each and every picture we can. The actual threads of communication within the database also creates a hash to verify the messaging. That's the one good thing about Celebrate, with many good things. But the most important thing is that by creating that hash, that means that we cannot change that data. If we change anything in that phone, then that means that hash will change, and it shows that the phone itself was molested with or handled improperly.
Does turning the phone on and off change the hash value?
No, ma'am.
In terms of if you put additional data or photos on it, would that change the hash value?
Yes, ma'am.
If information was deleted after it was in that particular cell or extraction was done, would that change the hash value?
Yes, we have to be very careful with the phone. If anything we do, then it's also produced in the timeline, in which we cannot delete, change, or anything. The timeline is there, and so we have to be very careful what apps we go into, how we view the phone.
Okay. So this would be a logical break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch and recess now. Don't discuss the case on Form 92. Documentation will allow anyone to discuss the case in presence within the research. See everybody back about 1:15, all right? Have a nice lunch. Thank you.
Then we start generating reports from there. If I wanted specifically, I just wanted to extract all the text messages, or if I wanted to extract specific text messages, I can generate the reports without compromising the integrity of the download.
In terms of, in this case, did you generate multiple cell phone reports?
Yes, ma'am.
First, I want to go through some of the videos from that phone. So, I'm showing what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states in Tuple A. So showing you what's been marked as states in Tuple A. Do you guys recognize your initials on that?
Initials and badge numbers.
And to those, just so we can double check the USBs. The 22 files accurately represent a sample of the videos that were found on that phone.
Yes, sir.
Did you go through all 1,002 videos that were on that phone?
Most of them, yes.
Speak up just a little bit.
Yes, ma'am, most of them.
Okay. And in terms of, did these videos fairly or accurately represent phone data or phone videos from that 772-713-9807 phone?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move states in Tuple A in as states 102.
We approach.
Yes.
You've been listening to testimony from Mark Moretti, the lead detective in the YNW Melly double murder case. The jury is at lunch, so that means we're at lunch as well, and we will be taking your questions for the next hour. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Threads, TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. So with me today is Linda Kenny-Bodden. She is a famed defense attorney and also a host here at Law&Crime. Brian Buckmeyer of Law&Crime is here with us as well. He's also a defense attorney. And Terry Austin will be joining us soon. She's at the courthouse in Broward County, Florida. So let's get to the questions, guys. We've got some great questions coming in as usual. So the first one, I will send it over to you, Linda. Why is this is from Wanda Lara Quente. from YouTube. Why is the prosecutor trying so hard to prove that the phone is Melly's when it's been said that it was a shared phone? As an artist, you have others taking care of business for you. Everyone's phone.
It's a great question because the prosecutor is obviously ending with this type of testimony. They're trying to show, because the argument was that it was a shared phone, that only he had possession of it at the time the shooting occurred by looking at all the photos and all the videos that he would have taken, including the video where he is narrating of a 13-year-old child, something I don't understand the judge allowing in, but that's another story. So that is why they're trying to show that it was his phone, only he had possession of it, and that phone was located at the place and time of the shooting, and therefore any alibi he has would not be valid and would simply be, smoke, but not really disputing any of the state's proof, which they think will prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, the defense is trying to say this was like a community phone that anybody could have been using, but the state has tried many times to show, even showing about 500 photographs from the phone, that Melly had possession of this phone. They even played a jail call earlier today in which Melly dialed the number of his own phone from jail. His mom's like, "Don't call your phone, call my phone because my credit card is loaded onto my phone." So they've been trying very hard to kind of hit that point home. Our next question comes from May from YouTube. Question, Brian, why is the state watering down the case rather than sticking to all the facts? They are losing the jurors if they are losing us. Do you feel the same way, Brian?
Well, May, thank you for that question. And yes, I do feel the same way. Linda and I were talking about this earlier. I'm not sure if we're getting too into the weeds here. It almost seems like the prosecution is more focused on winning these individual battles than focusing on the war. And what I mean by that is, okay, is it his cell phone? Is it not? Is it this little piece of information, or is it not? And at the end of the day, I think a lot of us are still sitting here and saying, well, did Melly murder these two people or not? That's the major question we're trying to focus on. But what I think the prosecution is trying to do is gain credibility by winning these small battles that ultimately they hope will add up to the ultimate question, but I'm not quite sure if they're answering that ultimate question at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point that you make. Linda, one question to you. Lucas Broussard from YouTube asks, if Juvy and Sakchaser had their heads turned slightly, couldn't the shots have come from the driver's seat and still exited the passenger windows?
Yeah, it is so great that you're asking these questions again, because Brian and I are sitting here in the studio waiting to go on the air, and we were discussing just that, because people don't stay stationary, right? Yeah, sure, there could be a shot from the back, of a shot here, but if somebody's moving around, I'm just going to move right now, I'm going to look at Brian, yeah, the shot can come from somewhere else, and tilting down, it can change the location, and even though the dowels may show they're going one direction, the shot could come from somewhere else. So sure enough, if somebody were in the front seat like this and coming down and there was a driver in the front seat, that shot could have still been this way.
And it'll be interesting to see if the defense actually calls an expert to say something to that effect, that there could have been different scenarios under which those shots were not fired from the rear passenger seat. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll take more of your questions. So keep them coming on YouTube, Twitter, Threads, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Stay with us. I'm Jeanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Jeanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday afternoon during the lunch break in the YNW Melly double murder trial. We left off with Mark Moretti, the lead detective in the case, on the stand. The state is still in direct examination, and joining us is Terry Austin of Law and Crime. She's down there covering the case for us. So Terry, bring us up to speed about what's been going on in the courtroom so far this morning.
Well, Anjanette, it's been a very interesting morning. It did start off earlier with the defense bringing up an issue. Apparently, Juvy's sister posted on I guess, one of the social media outlets, and she said that she was going to harm Jamie King. And so that caused a big, issue in the courtroom. It wasn't anything that we got on tape, but it did happen this morning. It was on the record, and she has a bodyguard now. So that was one of the first issues that the court dealt with this morning. And it was interesting because the judge did basically say, if you needed more security, I can get it for you. Ultimately, it was determined that the security she had, the bodyguard, was going to be enough. So that was the very first thing, and it was quite interesting. And it was, I think something that was not expected as far as I'm concerned. But then obviously after that, Moretti got on the stand, and he did talk about the drive back, and forth as far as the crime scene was concerned. He talked about cell record data. He talked about, the 9807 phone. And as we were talking about earlier, they are trying to focus on that phone belonging to Melly and being registered to his mom, Jamie King. It is a small point in my mind because they have shown that multiple people have been using that phone. I think the other issue that was quite interesting were a number of videos that the prosecution showed this morning. And so, frankly, one of the videos was a documentary from YouTube, and it showed Melly, and it showed him being very pensive. It showed Juvy. It definitely showed Sakchaser. And I thought it was more endearing to the defense, but it was shown by the prosecution. At the very end of that video, it said that Juvy and Sakchaser had been shot. And so it was sort of a memorial for the two of them. So interesting morning all in all.
Very interesting and very scary about Jamie King feeling threatened by Juvy's sister. Apparently with the social media stuff, emotions obviously running very high in this case. Let's get to some of your questions now. Keep them coming on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Threads, TikTok, Facebook. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Our next question comes from Tammy Trigg from YouTube. And I feel like everybody could chime in on this one. Where did the two satchels disappear to? They were not found in the car, and Cortlen did not have them, Linda. So you first on that topic.
Well, it's very interesting because that came up yesterday, I believe, during Travion Glass's testimony. But if these satchels were so important, why didn't the police look for them? Now they're saying, well, the satchels that Melly had and that Cortlen had were gone. And, maybe they were thrown away, maybe they were thrown in the water, maybe they were thrown in the garbage, but the police didn't look for them. So what are we going to do? If I'm a defense attorney and they're trying to argue that those satchels contained weapons, I'm going to say, because you didn't look for them, you get a negative inference. You can't tell this jury that evidence, because you didn't find evidence, means that evidence was there to be found, and therefore you have to vote guilty, jury. I think it's an outrageous claim by the prosecution if they're going to go there if they never looked for them.
Brian, the thing about the satchels that I find interesting was the fact that if things unfolded the way Bortlen said they did, with them leaving the studio and then they're involved in the drive-by and he arrives at the hospital with Sak and Juvy, should Cortlen's satchel have been in the car at the very least?
Maybe. I don't know where he went from point A when the shooting happened, whether it was someone in the car, outside the car, to point B in the hospital. And I think I'm going to echo what Linda said. Prosecutors, when they do voir dire, when they speak to their jury, they often say, I have the burden. It's my job. I will carry it. And they hold it as a badge of honor. But then to flip it and say, hey, we don't have this fact, but can you go down this rabbit hole with me to then assume some negative inference? As a viewer, yes, I'm going to assume this and I'm going to assume that. And I'm going to say, hey, maybe he should have had the bag on him. Maybe the bag has this. But if the prosecution wants to take a person's life, because we're not just talking about guilt or innocence here, we're talking about potentially the death penalty. You cannot, in my mind, ethically do what this might be, saying, we never investigated, we never checked, we don't know the answer, we're just going to give you this inference, and please take away this person's life. It should not be the way that prosecutors operate.
Our next question is from Derek from YouTube, Terry, and I'll throw it over to you. Before the trial started, one of the witnesses said Melly got into the red vehicle and then now changed all of a sudden. Isn't that weird as well?
Well, it's not weird, I don't think. I think you have to just look at what all of the witnesses together are saying as far as those vehicles are concerned. And regardless of what the witnesses are saying, you see the video. So the red Mitsubishi has the 4 other individuals who got in that car, including Trevion Glass, and the gray car, the Jeep that everyone else got into, is where, Melly was, and Sakchaser and Juvy and Bortlen. So I think if you look at that video, we can certainly confirm that that's at least how that evening started. Brian brought up a great point, and it's something that I've been thinking about throughout the trial. We don't know what exactly happened after they got into that car. We know one destination subsequent to that was the hospital. We know another destination was Melly's house, where everyone apparently lived, and we know another destination was Fredo Bang's house, but we don't know what happened in between exactly. So anything could have happened. I think we're going to have to rely on not just the witnesses, but put it all together and make sure that the video speaks too, so it's corroborating what others have said.
Courtney Weir from Facebook, Linda asks, so even if he used the phone, doesn't it mean it's his phone? And Fredo Bangs just made a song called Free Melly and specifically says he watched his dog go to trial over his cell phone. Do you think down the line, if he is guilty, they could use that information for an appeal?
Well, it's hard to use information that doesn't come into the courtroom, but there was that information that did come into the courtroom. And I do, when we talk about the appeal and all, the defense, first of all, has experts. If they think those phone calls, by the way, were made elsewhere off different towers and all, they can bring those experts in. And so that's one of the things. So yes, what could it be used on appeal? Absolutely. But this whole idea that this phone is going to be the piece of evidence in this case that shows that Melly pulled the trigger, even if the phone is there, it doesn't mean he pulled the trigger because you have a co-defendant in the car. So that's the problem the prosecution has. Which of these two could have pulled the trigger if the jury even believes Melly was at the location? And I'm not sure they have sustained that burden of proof.
Our next question, Brian, comes from Instagram. It's exo_Nikki_ from Instagram, as I said. If Fredo Bangs allegedly picked up Melly after the incident, does the prosecution not have enough evidence to charge him with accessory after the fact, execute a search warrant on his home in order to get him to comply with a subpoena, especially since Glass testified that Melly changed clothes?
All right, so I'm going to try to pull it little by little. So
There's a lot there.
Yeah, so there's subpoena information, there's executing a search warrant, and accessory after the fact. So I'll do it in order. A subpoena would have to be some sort of, you're thinking there's going to be fruits of a crime. So aiding and abetting after the fact, maybe you're able to look into his car to see if there's any blood or evidence there. I think you might be able to get a subpoena because that threshold is so low, but you've got to do more than just having a fishing expedition as to what the judge may call it. So what do you believe you'll find simply by the fact that he drove him there? Is there any information that maybe the satchel or the merce, the man purse is in there? That may be enough, but you got to have some sort of corroborating evidence to suggest that, not just a good idea. And then when you're talking about, what is it, to charge him with accessory after the fact, he would have to know that the crime occurred, so it's about information. What did he know at the time that he drove him from location A to location B? And did that in some way assist or influence the crime or add to it in a means of like evading arrest or something to that degree? I don't think we have the facts there just yet. I would analogize it almost to like anyone picking you up. Like if I go and stole a Kit Kat bar from the store downstairs and I got into a car with Linda and we drove upstate and hung out for the weekend, is she an accessory to that? Well, she would have to know that I stole what I did beforehand, and I don't see those facts there just yet. I think they would have to be developed if you're going to get to that point, but I think Exo Nikki's quite the investigator and detective. I think you just need a little bit more to get to what they're thinking about.
Well, and I think we should note, too, there's been some discussion outside of the presence of the jury that the state has tried to subpoena some of these witnesses, and some of them haven't complied. And I believe Fredo Bangs is one of those witnesses. These people don't want to be involved in this. They don't want to be labeled a snitch. From TikTok, Terry, this comes from Jolene Gonzalez. She asks, if that was Melly's phone in the car, how was he able to drop his location to Fredo Bangs?
Well, I'm presuming if he dropped his location, it was prior to when he left the phone in the car, and he was in the car and dropping the location and then left the phone. I can't really answer that. It's a really difficult, question to figure out how it happened, but we do know that from the testimony before from the cell phone expert earlier, way long ago, that it was dropped, and Fredo did get his location and apparently did pick him up. But, it's hard to say. If he had his phone, he did it, and he probably did it in the car. There hasn't been any evidence as to where he was when that exactly happened.
Mm-hmm. Our next question comes from Styles1211 from Instagram. Linda, question: what are your thoughts on the change of clothes, and why doesn't the person Melly was picked up by not have to testify? That's Fredo Bangs.
All right, let's start with the first one. Yesterday, when the change of clothes came up from Glass, because he was a recalcitrant witness for both parties, he didn't want to answer any questions. I thought that was a very important piece of evidence that the prosecution had. I thought, because trials come down, and I've said this a number of times, and guilty verdicts to one or two things, and the fact that he may have changed clothes, that supports an inference that there was a reason for him changing clothes, and the reason would be blood spatter all over his clothes in some way, or gunshot residue or something. So I thought that was an important piece of evidence. But again, you don't know why somebody could have changed clothes. So he goes to the house, as I said also, a lot of the rappers, a lot of people, not just regular rappers, wear, basketball shorts under their gym clothes and all. And you just take off those clothes, you get home, you take off those clothes, and you're in your gym shorts. So, that's the other evidence that would support innocence. So I'm not sure that Fredo could be charged because of that. I'm not sure you could subpoena him because of that. But you know what? The prosecution played hardball here, Anjanette. They actually charged Glass, if you recall, trying to avoid a subpoena. They charged him with obstruction in a way. So they could have done the same thing with Fredo if they thought he had important information.
Interesting. DSS Harp, or I guess it's DS Sharp with 2 P's from Instagram, asks, Brian, how do they make sure the jury isn't watching social media input on the trial and impact Melly or the prosecution's chance of winning the case?
There's no way of, the way I analogize it is it's like a stop sign. You put it there and you hope that people respect it, and if people don't and you get caught, then we know they blew through a stop sign or a stoplight. But if no one's watching or they do it in the dead of night, it's hard to catch them. So do we know if they're on their lunch break watching us right now? No. I mean, if they get caught, then we know, and then they come back into court. A bailiff or a witness to that, maybe another juror will inform the judge. The judge does an inquiry. But past that, there's no real way of enforcing it. Maybe you sequester them like during deliberations, and that can help. But past that, we can't really ensure it that much. It's the honor code.
Definitely the honor system in these cases, that's for sure. These jurors are told every day to not look at the news and social media about the case, but it's really up to them. It's incumbent upon them to not do that. Our next question, Terry, comes from Thorough Alexander from YouTube. What happens if Melly beats this case? Then once the driver, Bortlen, goes to court, he implicates Melly.
It's interesting. We had that question before. And if he is acquitted, it's over. It's done. He walks away. Even if Bortlen in that second trial does point the finger back, he's already free and clear. Melly is not going to be convicted in another trial where he's not a defendant. And obviously, once you're acquitted, the prosecution cannot come back. It's called double jeopardy. And he can't come back, or she can't come back and charge with that same crime. So if, in fact, the jury doesn't believe that the prosecution has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and if you don't get those 12 jurors unanimously saying that he's guilty, and you just get even one saying he's not guilty, then he is going to walk away from this, and he will not be subject to being charged again in this same crime.
Definitely. You can't be charged again. So it does kind of open the door wide open if that happens for Bortlen to say, it was him. He did it. He did it. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. We'll get to as many of them as we can when we get back. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy. You're watching Law and Crime.
went, what he could see, what he didn't see, talking about a death penalty case. This car adds nothing. You had so much documentation of the dowels and all, where the dowels would come out, that it's not going to help the jury to see what we just saw there, which is a blue car wrapped in plastic. Here you go. Here you see like what they're talking about with the reconstruction and all. Now, putting that aside, the defense objected because they hadn't looked at the car, which of course is another story about why they hadn't looked at the car. But I don't think the car added anything in this case. As a matter of fact, I pointed out yesterday when we tried the Aaron Hernandez case, the car that the two victims were shot in had actually been sold by the insurance carrier, the insurance company, to get their money back. And the car went to Georgia, but not Georgia in the United States, Georgia next to Russia, part of the former Soviet Union, Russia. So you don't necessarily, and there were pictures of the reconstruction, so you don't necessarily need to see every single piece of evidence.
I can't believe a car involved in a murder case was basically sold. That sounds kind of nuts to me, but whatever. Very strange. Our next question comes from Hip Hop Drama from YouTube for Linda. Oh, actually, we'll get that one to you another time, Linda. It already came to you. Shay T from YouTube asked Brian, why wasn't the red Jeep investigated? What happened to it? I think that they're referring to the red Mitsubishi that Travion Glass and some of the others got in that night and took back to the place where Melly lived.
Yeah, well, I just want to add quickly to Linda's answer. The difference between the Parkland shooting case and this case, the Parkland shooting case, that was the sentencing phase. He pled guilty, and then it was a sentencing phase. Those are different rules as to what evidence you can bring in than as to the guilt phase. So two very different things, but also what Linda said. In terms of this, the question would become, what evidence are you looking for in the red Jeep? Supposedly, nothing really happened there, right? It's two Jeeps side by side. The black Jeep went off and a crime occurred in there, and the red Jeep went off. So it comes down again to, if you were a prosecutor or a police officer and you said, Judge, I want to go look inside the red Jeep. The judge would say, what's your probable cause? Well, the Jeep was parked next to a car that had the other car, there was a crime that happened in it. Well, when the two cars were next to each other, was there any interaction between the two vehicles where you might have a suspicion that a crime occurred that you would go and look into the red Jeep? Well, we have this video. Okay, what'd you see in the video? Well, people went into different Jeeps. Okay, so what makes you think there's something to be in the red Jeep? Well, we just want to look. That's not necessarily how a warrant would work. They would rip it up and say, go investigate more, bring me more, and if you bring me more, then we can search. I think it's a warrant issue. There's not enough there, other than we just want to look.
Well, there's no indication that the red Mitsubishi was involved whatsoever in this at all. So there is no probable cause there, but they could have at least asked the owner of it to search it. I mean, people do that. They do that all the time. And if they don't get the consent, they don't get to search it. Twitter question, actually, no, we're going to go to this other question. We'll get to that Twitter question for you in a little bit. This one's for you, Terry. Og Man Pratt from YouTube asks, what about YNW Melly's clothes? Was there a warrant to try to retrieve them?
Well, I don't think there was, and I think that that's something that we're going to hear on cross-examination of Detective Moretti, because there were many missed opportunities here. Clothing has not really been an issue, and so I think that that's something the jury is going to want to know about. What did happen to the clothing that everyone was wearing? Obviously, they did DNA testing on the clothing of the victims, Christopher Williams, or Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, but they didn't really test the clothing of the others or, ask for them to provide the clothing. So I think that's going to be a very open question, and I think that's an issue that the defense on cross-examination is going to pound into Moretti. Why didn't you do all of this other investigation that could have led to some answers? And right now we don't have all of those answers.
And that's the defense theme in this case, that the investigation was botched, that they didn't do stuff like look for DNA on a door handle until, a month or two ago, stuff like that. Hip Hop Drama from YouTube has a question for you, Linda, specifically pointing to Linda. The shot on Sakchaser's neck could be from someone hanging out of a vehicle with a gun and him ducking down. No?
It could be from any of that. That's my point, is it depends on the movement of the person that is both the movement of the person who's the victim and the movement of the shooter. And again, I'm going to go back to, the Aaron Hernandez case that I tried, where the prosecution said there only had to be one shooter. And we were able to show by movement, depending on where you went in the car, and how you positioned if you were the shooter, that it could have been from any location. And that's the problem I think the prosecution has. They're assuming that there's stability in terms of how the shots came. And I don't think you can do that. And you certainly can't assume that one was the first kill shot, and if the other shots came to set up 2 minutes later, then all of a sudden that's a setup. I think that the defense, they're going to bring in their experts and they're going to have a field day with this.
It'll be interesting to watch, that's for sure. Brian, this one's for you from @JustBrit910 from Twitter. I love Brian's opinions and would love to hear what he thinks now that the state is about finished. Do you think it's a win or lose for the state?
I'm just going to soak this in. My wife doesn't like my opinion, so I'm going to soak it in for a second. All right. So this is what I say generally, especially as a defense attorney. Before you're able to put on your case, if you do put on a case, you should be sweating bullets from the prosecution's case, because their case should be so ironclad and so strong that they've pushed the needle into a guilt area, and it's your job to push it back to not being beyond a reasonable doubt. Right now, it's maybe on a good day 50-50 for the prosecution that they're winning this case. If that's the needle right now, the defense hasn't really got up to bat themselves, I think they're in a phenomenal position. I'm not saying that the prosecution has lost the case so far. I just don't think they pushed it far enough that if I see any defense attorney worth their salt or the suit that they're wearing, I think that they can win this case and push it back to that realm of not being beyond a reasonable doubt. Why I say that? Linda already pointed it towards the forensics. The fact that people are not static when they're being shot, that people in a car are moving around. They're fighting on this hill of whose cell phone is it? Is that a great hill to fight? Yeah, but that's a battle, not the war. So they're not even focused on the war. I think the defense will have a field day with the forensics of the shooting, the whose cell phone is it? And then the ultimate question of, you haven't even put the gun in his hand to be the one that did the shooting. You don't know. So I think those three items, I think they can argue them very well and push this needle way back to there's some reasonable doubt here. They haven't done their job. We told you this was botched from the beginning. We made good on our promise from the opening statements. The prosecution has not done that. They over suggested what they could do and underperformed. I think they're in a good position.
We shall see. They're going to be up very soon. It's Tanya Baby from Instagram. Terry asks, how does the prosecutor know Melly, or how does the prosecutor not know that Melly and Bortlen didn't switch seats?
Well, the prosecutor doesn't know that. And to Brian's point, it's an open question. And if you go into the defense case with so many open questions, then it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has not shown that Melly was sitting in that back rear seat behind the driver. The prosecution has not shown that Melly was the one holding the gun. And the prosecution really has not shown that, the bullets could have come from the outside. And I guarantee you the defense is going to have a reconstruction expert who says exactly that. They may not have someone medically coming in and talking about what was the first shot that killed the victims, but they are going to have someone come in and talk about the reconstruction, and I believe they're going to say that it came from the outside and not from the inside of that car. So no, the prosecution hasn't shown that the seats could have been switched, and no, the prosecution has not shown that Melly was sitting in that seat. So excellent point. Thank you for that question.
Jamell from Instagram asks, I have a fun, different question, Linda. This will be a good one for you since you've done so many big cases. Where do defendants go during lunch breaks, and are they allowed to speak to anybody outside of their lawyers during this time?
Okay. Well, it depends on where they go, depending on the jurisdiction. Sometimes they go right back into the holding cell, right outside the courtroom. They're usually only allowed to speak to their attorneys. Your family cannot come in when they're if they're in custody. Now, I'm not talking about people that are outside of custody in jail, but he'll probably go back to the holding cell that's behind, usually behind or to the side. I'm not sure where it's located there. His attorneys can come in and speak to them. He will be obviously have more restrictions on him in terms of if he's wearing chains, they may lock him into the chains, and that kind of depends on the discretion of whatever the sheriff's office or the office that has custody of him while he is in trial. But that's where they go. They don't go out to lunch. Sometimes those attorneys will talk to our clients, and then we'll go have lunch in the hallway. But that he's not allowed to do that.
Yeah, he's not going out to lunch unless he's out on bail. So
Right.
he's probably going down to a little holding area in the courthouse, I would assume. All right, guys. We're going to take a quick break and get to more questions when we come back. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We're taking your questions during the lunch hour in the YNW Melly double murder trial. So let's get right back to them. We have a lot of good ones coming in. Zay from YouTube asks, Brian, if Melly is acquitted, he will not be able to plead the fifth in Bortlen's trial, correct?
Yes and no. It would be, he would not be able, well, he would not be able to, no, he would be able to plead the fifth in any issue where he would not be already charged with a crime. So accessory after the fact, maybe he threw the gun, stuff that he's not charged with but we don't know as yet, he could plead the fifth to that. It would have to be very specific. But if it was to the ultimate question of did you murder Sakchaser and Juvy, I don't know if he would have, I don't know if he would need to, because double jeopardy would attach. As his defense attorney, I would still say yes, plead the fifth. It's still ultimately his right to do so. The question is more so not if he's allowed to, is more would he need to? And I'm not quite sure if he would need to. It would be more specific to what crime he's pleading the fifth to, other than maybe the ultimate question of murder.
Linda, our next question comes from Nice Sim from YouTube. What happened to the evidence, and this was an Instagram post mentioned in opening statements, of Melly apparently saying, shh, I did that?
Yeah, we're all waiting for that. We're assuming that's where the prosecution's going to go, because that's how the prosecutor ended her opening statement. But now the problem is the prosecutor, when she made that opening statement, forgot to mention the Facebook post that he made, or private message that he made to Trevion Glass, which says, I didn't do that. Okay, so if she now goes to putting in that Snapchat video, the Snapchat post, the defense is going to say, wait a second, you opened to the jury with that, but you forgot to tell him this? That could mean that he felt responsible for the deaths of his friends, but not that he did it. So that's where we're going, I assume.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll be interested to see if they bring that up through Detective Moretti, since he's their final witness. He should be connecting all of the dots. Our next question, Michael Jorgensen from YouTube. Terry, do you believe the jury will be sequestered during deliberations?
The jury will be sequestered during deliberation. That is what we have been advised. And so once it goes out and they have all of the closings and the charges have been given to that jury, the judge is going to put them in a hotel and they will be deliberating and they will be staying overnight, which is what I have been told, until they come to a resolution. The judge has said it'll take as long as it takes. And so, yes, they will be. So throughout the trial, they have been going home in the evenings, coming back in the mornings. But once all of the evidence is in and all of the closings are done, they will be sequestered and they will be told, based on what you've seen so far, it's time to make a decision. Now, of course, if they have questions, they'll send those questions out and the judge will call the parties together and they'll answer the questions and the judge will read back whatever agreed to response that the parties come up with. But other than that, there's no communication with that jury until they come back and they have a decision one way or the other.
Interesting. Very interesting. Lavender from YouTube, Linda asks, if Cortlen Cortlen Henry, who's Bortlen, changed shirts, how was there blowback on the second shirt? Prosecutors claim that the shirt he was wearing had blowback on the back, proving that he was in the driver's seat.
It's a really interesting question, because I was more interested in the fact that there was some evidence now that he changed shirts. So, excuse me, why would you change shirt to put a shirt on that maybe had blood spatter on it? Okay, of course, that doesn't necessarily mean, because it could have meant that he drove, that there was spatter someplace else, that he went to the side of the car. I'm not sure that that inference is there, that he was in the driver's seat at all because of that shirt. And indeed, if he changed shirts, my question was, why did he put one back on that had evidence? It just doesn't make any sense to me, Anjanette.
Sapphire L from YouTube asks, what if he is an accomplice? In his text with his girlfriend, he said Bortlen did something, quote, real, so that's why he would be everywhere with him. What are the possibilities of this? Thanks, Brian.
So what if Cortlen... Let me just make sure I understand the question.
I think they're saying, what if Melly was an accomplice? In his text with his girlfriend, he said Bortlen did something real.
So he could be charged as an accomplice, and it depends on what the accomplice liability is and the kind of the details of the actual murder charge. In many states, and I haven't read through the entire indictment, I have read through the entire indictment, but we haven't seen what the jury instructions are, as yet, as to how his liability can be attached. Can the jury contemplate that if he was kind of in for a penny, in for a pound, could he also be found guilty of the murder? I haven't seen it articulated as that yet, and so I think what the defense has to do is make sure it's very clear they believe he's the principal. They believe that he is the person that committed the crime, not just is associated with it. And I think that if they do believe he's simply an accomplice or conspired in some way, shape, or form, unless those charges are there, they're not going to be able to convict him on that. And I just want to do one quick plug real quick, because she's too humble to do it, but I'm not humble. Terry, when she says that they're going to be sequestered and they're going to be staying up late to get that decision, I'll be sleeping, and probably Linda as well, but Terry will be up late. So make sure you follow Terry on Twitter at Terry D. Austin, as well as Law&Crime on Twitter, because that's who's going to get you the first response as to when there's a verdict. Law&Crime will be there for you. Terry will be there for you while I'm long asleep and get you when that verdict comes in.
Okay, well, we hope you get a good night's rest. And Terry, we wish you the best too. I'm going to be signing off. Terry's going to be signing off. Linda is taking over when we come back. Stay tuned.
Well, welcome back to the Law and Crime Network, and good afternoon. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. South Florida rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamell Demons, remains on trial for the 2018 shooting deaths of Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvy, and Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sakchaser. All were rappers and part of the YNW Collaborative Network, along with Cortlen Henry. Both Demons and his co-defendant Cortlen Henry are charged with Williams and Thomas's murder. However, Henry is going to be tried separately at a later date later this year. Meanwhile, YNW Melly, who is only 24 years old, could face the death penalty. Yes, the death penalty if convicted. All right, so I'm going to tell you that we are nearing the end of the state's case with what's expected to be the last of the prosecution's witnesses. This is Detective Mark Moretti. He's been on the stand since yesterday. Let's go in and listen to some of his continued direct examination, which occurred this morning while the court is still on their lunch recess. So let's recap his testimony from earlier. Let's eavesdrop right now.
So once you had an opportunity to review all my questionnaire, what's the last outgoing activity from that cell phone?
Okay, the last recorded activity outgoing from that phone was actually 10/25/2018 at 11:59 p.m.
Okay. And in terms of the outgoing activity, who is that going to? What phone number?
It just shows an outgoing message. It doesn't say who was going to. He had sent previous messages outgoing. You can't tell who he's talking to in this because you can see it says outgoing and it says from.
Okay. So in terms of looking at the reports on this phone on the timeline, that's not the best way to review the messaging content.
No.
What's the best way to look at the messaging content?
Actually, in messaging.
So with regards to this timeline here, are you able to look at an entry on the timeline and verify it against a chat or messaging printout or report?
Yes.
So I want to go now and talk about Christopher Thomas's cell phone. Where was that cell phone found?
That was found in the back, right rear passenger floorboard.
And what color case was on that one, do you recall?
I believe it was a blue case.
And in terms of the cellular data, we were discussing that yesterday. On Mr. Williams' phone, who was the registered subscriber?
It was Boost Mobile, but the user of the phone was Chris Thomas.
I'm sorry, Anthony Williams' phone. Who was the registered subscriber? If you need to refer to anything, please let me know.
The T-Mobile CDR would help.
Okay. So I'm going to go to November 30th of 2018. Did you go to Cocoa Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you go to Cocoa Beach without saying what was said?
I went there to meet an individual witness in this case who was concerned for the safety of one of their children.
Without saying what she said or what they said, what was the demeanor of this witness?
She was very fearful for one of her children's safety.
And so who was this witness that you met with on November 30th of 2018?
Felicia Holmes.
I want to go forward to December 4th of 2000. December 4th or December 5th? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Of 2018. Were you made aware of a documentary that was published by the defendant?
December 4th, yes, ma'am.
In this documentary, what platform was it on?
YouTube.
Was that publicly accessible?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review that documentary?
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant's record label published this video?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, we're on the statement offer states quadruple X as states 98.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So, Detective Moretti, after you saw this video, I want to segue now into some of the other online investigations and other people that you looked at. Did you solely focus your homicide investigation on this defendant?
No.
So let's talk a little bit about an individual by the name of Robert Colburn. Who was Robert Colburn?
Mr. Colburn was a young 15-year-old kid. He posted something stupid on social media.
Objection to the word stupid. He doesn't know what it is. I'm sorry.
One or two words. No speaking.
Objection hearsay.
Thank you. Sustained.
So in terms of the post on social media by Mr. Colburn, did you view it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have a specific Instagram handle or name that he was using?
Yes.
And what was that?
Could I refer to my notes?
If you need to refresh your recollection, please do. What was the Instagram name of Mr. Colburn at that time?
It was Brackwoods. BRACKWOODZ.
And at some point, did you speak with Mr. Colburn?
Yes.
And in terms of when you interviewed him, how long after the homicide was passed?
It was a day or two after the homicide that I think it was actually that day, that evening, he made an inappropriate comment online.
Objection.
Okay. And when you
Let's
say...
see if she made a comment online. Sustained.
So without going into what was said on that, did you find or locate any location data that placed Mr. Colburn in Miramar on October 26, 2018?
No.
Did you find any casings that matched the homicide scene in Mr. Coburn's vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you find anything else other than the online posting, which we can't get into the content of, that Mr. Coburn did that would show he was involved in this homicide?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Detective, in terms of on February 20th of 2019, did you listen to a phone call that was placed from the Broward County Jail to 772-713-9807?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to publish the first 6 minutes of that phone call.
Hello? Hey, Mom. Hey, baby. Why didn't you just call my phone where I got my credit card linked to? You should have called my phone, baby, because I put money on my phone.
It's money on my phone.
No, you out of money. It said that this account was empty. I just put my credit card on your phone now.
Yeah, you could have. Oh, yeah, it's on my credit card.
Yeah, I don't know your credit card number because it asks for like your expiration date and your zip code. I don't know what your stuff is that's linked to that card. Put it in 7-Eleven. Like 7-Eleven nearby. What you doing, Daddy?
Yeah, I'm buying. If you just my credit card, I'm gonna give you my credit card number.
Yeah, I'm about to get track back your phone because he said I'll be answering the phone like I'm supposed to.
And we gonna be working and all that.
Yeah, oh, he just said he love you, keep your head up, and everything. And then, yeah, Peasy. When's been checking your phone? I ain't been reading your stuff, but you got like text messages from him. I didn't know if you want me to call him or anything on three-way or...
Yeah, but I'm having to call Justin home through.
Who is that? Hold on. You got the number?
P. Diddy's son, yeah, it's in my phone. Justin's home.
Oh, P. Diddy's son. Okay. Hey, I'm got the bridge. The bridge went up. I should go out there. The bridge. Okay, yeah, we put in the GPS to 7-Eleven. Okay, yeah, So I go under contact, I go under Justin.
Yeah.
What's the number? It said I need facial recognition.
762-556.
7. Oh my God, I'm trying to drive. I'm trying to do this. Hold on. 762-556.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mariah, can you drive real quick? I just like, hold on, I'm about to have Mariah drive so I can do this for you. Because I'm trying to.
Okay, so detective, I want to make sure it's clear what number was being dialed.
772-713-9807.
Are you able to identify who was speaking by their voice?
It was the defendant speaking with his mother.
They mentioned Trap. What nickname goes with what legal name?
Jameson Francois.
Well, being the last witness for the state, there's a lot to break down in this testimony, including the clips we just heard. And I have a fabulous panel with me. Avi Patterson, she's an SOHH.com legal contributor. She's been on before, you've seen her. She is a rap and hip hop legal expert, and she is just a great, great lawyer, as you know. And of course, our go-to person for a criminal defense attorney, Paul Townsend, is with us. But let me start with you, Avi. This whole case, all right, the prosecution has to prove that the gun, the weapon that killed the double homicide, Juvy, Sakchaser, was in the hands, as the prosecution suggests here, of YNW Melly. Give me that lawnmower, cutting through all the grass that's grown so high here, and I don't mean grass in the sense of weed, smoking weed. Tell me, number one, how has the prosecution done that? And number two, the phone call where mom says, no, don't call your cell phone, call my cell phone. How does that, again, put the gun in Melly's hand?
Oh, well, thank you, first of all, for that fantastic introduction. And I don't think that it has put the gun in Melly's hands. And I don't think the prosecution will be able to put the gun in Melly's hands. I think what they're doing is, they're doing their best to piecemeal a scenario that makes it more likely than not that Melly had the gun. What we do know is that these two gentlemen, Sak and Juvy, were executed and or ambushed, and it was a cold-blooded killing. And I think that they haven't given us enough information regarding motive, because it was so, it just seemed just so evil. So why? We had the gentleman that was in the red vehicle that was at the studio the night of the shooting. He testified, I believe, yesterday, and he said that there was no tension between Juvy, Sak, and Melly. So what is the motive? Why would Melly suddenly want to execute these men? So I think that the prosecution just hasn't given us a reason why, and they haven't put the gun is in Melly's hand. But also, I think the prosecution is focusing heavily on the cell phone data. What the cell phone data or the importance did for me was when a detective testified, was told me that, hey, it's really about venue. That's why we worked so hard to gather all of this information, because police officers need to be able to execute warrants. Judges need to be able to sign off on subpoenas and warrants, and they can only do that within their jurisdiction. So again, there's a lot that's missing, but I also believe that they have put a lot of pieces together.
Okay, so with that, and you took that.
Dude, I'm so jealous of that girl, bro.
I won that in the competition.
Get out.
The one I'm getting ready to refurbish now, I needed to be smaller, but that one I had to put at my rental house.
So where do you get these things from? Do you make them on your own?
The other ones,
because I would like to get one that's almost like a old propane cylinder, you know?
I got a few guys that do that.
There was no tension, there was no argument. There was nothing that's overtly contributing to the state being able to say conclusively, this is why Melly fired the shots in the car. And as much as motive isn't necessarily an element of murder, it's not something that has to be established. Juries get very cagey about convicting people at times when it just doesn't sit right with them why this happened. I think Afi's exactly right. There's a lot that the prosecution has put in to kind of circumstantially point the finger at Melly as the shooter, but there's no gun in his hand and there's no conclusive reason that he would want the two of them dead. So I think that could be an issue for the state.
And as Afi and Paul point out, and because we're taking the next jump here, that this is a death penalty case, and you better be conclusive if you're the prosecutor trying to take the life of a 24-year-old defendant for a double homicide. You better put that gun in his hand. But the prosecution's not finished yet. More on the other side. We'll see if they're able to achieve that. Stay with us.
It's a simple. So if I were to do one shoulder, I could get rid of correct. But if I'm doing two shoulders, I don't have it. We don't have it. I just want something similar to what you have, but at a much smaller scale.
Yeah, you can feel this.
Huh?
That's a big grill.
What?
The grill I showed you with all that meat on it?
That's huge. That's way too big.
Yeah.
That's way too big. I just want something
right.
Like a barrel, like a 55
I'm gonna send you pictures of that one. I'm talking about the one, how I won that one in competition. I won it from the grill I'm gonna show you later. It's a barrel grill. The bottom is burnt.
If I could get somebody that can fabricate a grill at a 55-gallon drum, that's what I'm talking about, that size.
I know a guy named David.
He does stuff like that?
He does stuff like that.
What do you think he charges for something? 500-600 or more?
I think 2 years ago it was at 5. I haven't heard the price increase yet.
If you know somebody got old and they're trying to get rid of, I was gonna offer up all the time for that shit. Nobody's
No, you're not giving it away.
Nobody.
They're too easy to fabricate.
Yeah.
You can refurbish them and do all kinds.
Right, and that's why, like, if I can find an old one that needs to be refurbished, I wouldn't mind doing that either.
Okay.
You know, an old one that just somebody just doesn't have the time to.
See, that's the thing. If I was going to Fort White, I can get a barrel. If that's what they store. The barrel in the Oakwood. Take the barrel, take your wood, you do a bunch of business. If you want to cut it open and make a grill out of it, you can do that. But I'm not going there this weekend. Fort White is where I get barrels.
Fort White?
Lake City.
Florida?
Oh. That's near the farm.
Well, I don't need it.
No, I'm just telling you. Now, if I run across one,
yeah, you see something in your wheelhouse, let me know, and I'll see that. Oh my God, bro!
Yeah, it's addictive.
And the thing is, it's not bad. It's good food.
Yeah,
and it's not even bad for you. You're grilling it. It's like meat. So if I can do this, I'll have so much fun with it. I love doing it too, man.
Okay.
I love doing it. I love feeding people.
Yeah,
I love making people happy by feeding.
And that's where it starts, right there, right here.
Like Thanksgiving is always at my house. I cook everything.
Okay.
People are like, what
You
can I
said
bring?
that
I'm
turkey
like,
assumption?
yeah.
I cook that at the jail.
Detective Moretti out there?
Sorry?
Detective Moretti outside?
I'll check, Judge.
Thank you. You want to put him on the stand? Please.
I can't forget that.
Full Moretti, I think you went out there.
I think he went home.
There he is. You all set ready to proceed, Councilman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Vince, good?
Yes.
I bring jury.
Sorry, I was in your way before. I know I got a big fat head. I sat down and she was like, I was like, yeah, smart.
So look down here to Rolex. Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, the ladies and the jury. The witness remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a nice lunch. We're going to continue with the direct examination of Detective Moretti. Ms. Bradley, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so Detective, we left off talking about that 772-713-9007 phone number identified in that phone call on that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you look at the location data from that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as states quintuple B for identification purposes. Detective Moretti, I'm showing you what's been marked as states quintuple B for identification purposes only. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review that spreadsheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that spreadsheet fairly accurately depict the location data that is on states 64, the phone extraction of the 772-713-9007 phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through and verify the various data points that are in there that are pertinent to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to remove in states quintuple B as states 103.
Any objection?
May I ask one question?
Sure.
Did you prepare that report yourself?
Yes, I generated it from the Cellbrite.
You generated it?
Yes.
In other words, you hit a button.
Objection, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Yeah, he has to report out a witness on this issue, so go ahead, you can proceed.
You hit a button, and Cellbrite created this report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the engineering of that?
No, sir.
Objection predicate.
Thank you. Why don't you start off, sir?
States quintuple B will be marked as states 103.
Thank you. Okay. Detective Moretti, in terms of the location data on this phone, this printout covers from the recovery from 2/19 of 2019. And it goes back to dates in 2017. I want to draw your attention specifically to the dates of October 25th, 26th, and 27th of 2018. Did you review those specific dates in terms of the information and the location data?
Yes.
So I'm going to switch to the digital version of this because it's a lot easier than the paper copy. I want to start with the pin on 10/26, 4:42 a.m. that is sent on this one. And this is labeled as number 961 on the report here. Detective Moretti, did you specifically look up where 4:42 a.m., where the latitude and longitude listed here I'm just going to highlight them on this, were located.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you plot those on a map?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing defense what's been previously marked as states quintuple C. For identification purposes only. Do you recognize states quintuple C?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It's a map of the area to where the GPS coordinates are located.
Does the latitude of 25.987173 and longitude of negative 80.388035 fairly and accurately depict the same latitude and longitude at 4:42 a.m. on line 963 of the chart, which is labeled as 961?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in state quintuple C into evidence and publish to the jury.
Same objection. Thank you.
Objection notes open. It'll be admitted.
States quintuple C will be marked States 104.
Detective Moretti, is it rocket science how you plot these?
No, ma'am. It's cut and paste and put it into Google Maps.
So, what has now been admitted into evidence as states 104 is and at the top is the cutout of that exact same line 963?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could please indicate where and show the length of the jury where the red indicator pin is showing where that particular drop pin or current location was sent. And to refer back, is this drop pin in messages that you reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing from state 71. Again on page 20. Their message of 10/26/2018, 4:42:49.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where that location that we just looked at came from?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, the phone number that's associated with the two individuals in the chat in states 71 are which two phone numbers?
The 9807 and the 5054.
And the 5054, that was the one you previously testified was Frederick Gibbons?
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to the location data, can you explain what is a BSSID?
A BSSID is an entry point to a Wi-Fi network.
And so if you see a BSSID, is there a particular location that's associated with that, like a latitude and longitude in this?
There's not a latitude longitude. It's just that it's the Wi-Fi network. It's the name of the network, Wi-Fi network that was being utilized by the phone.
Okay. At 8:47:12 a.m., line it's labeled 959 in the printout version, 961 in the actual spreadsheet. What BSSID name did the 9807 phone number connect to?
The name it said was Fredo Bank.
Okay. I want to go up now to the line that's labeled 954. On October 27th, 2018 at 3:02 a.m., what BSSID did the phone from 9807 connect to?
YNW Castle.
Does the YNW Castle BSSID come up anywhere else in some of these other phones?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the extraction for Mr. Williams' phone, was
Yes,
there
ma'am.
information that he had connected to that Wi-Fi?
The network, yes, ma'am.
And so do you remember on what date that he had connected? And if you do not, let me know what would refresh your recollection.
This extraction report was refreshed.
Showing page 373 of the timeline for Anthony Williams' phone for council. Top line, please.
The 10/23/2018 at 4:37 p.m. It said YNW Castle.
Were you able to determine where the YNW Castle Wi-Fi was?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
It was the address to where the defendant and co-defendant and friend were living at the time.
So I want to go forward on later on the day of the 26th. There is another, and it's number 957 on the printout, 959 in the spreadsheet, at 6:41 p.m. If you could read the latitude and longitude that are highlighted, please.
28.0636.63632, negative 80.600243.
And so when you said you would just put them in Google and plot them?
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of this particular location, where is this showing at?
1301 East University Boulevard, Melbourne, Florida.
And what is the next closest cross street to the west?
To the west, be Monroe Street.
So Detective Moretti, during the course of your investigation, were you able to view other open source social media postings and things from that evening on October 26, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that you viewed?
It was a video that was obtained through open source. Videos of the defendant along with the co-defendant up in Melbourne, Florida at some type of video shoot or something like that. And we were able to identify the grid coordinates of that location.
And so it's been previously shown to defense counsel and marked as state's Kentucky D for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
It's the disc that we produced for this case. It was a video that Tiffany Slade posted on Facebook Live of the defendant at that location.
And does that video and that disc fairly and accurately represent the video that was posted on Facebook Live on October 26, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Now, at this time, the state would request to move state's quintuple D in as state's 105.
Is there any objection? No objection. It'll be admitted.
State's quintuple D will be marked state's 105.
And I'm just going to publish a short portion of this.
still out here. Melly in the motherfucking building, bro. In the motherfucking place to be. We have motherfucking murder video shoot. Melly is here. And he's wrecking his motherfucking dog. Somebody's dog is dead and gone. It's gossip. Melly out here for his dog. After the came, walked out and popped crumb. My dog was gone, rest in peace to my dog. Security guard right on his ass, ain't nobody gonna fuck with him. Hurry in the court somewhere. What the fuck are you doing? Melly still turned regardless of what happened this early morning. He's still actually being very popular. Turned still. Hey! But no, still turned. Regardless of what happened, you already know. We got Booby Baby. What's happening? What's happening, nigga? You already know it's a video shoot. Out here at the park. You want now, whatever. There you go. You got the park before, you know, that's that bitch. Oh, you got a video right so they can, you know, look at everybody. You know how you do. They shoot a video from way up in the sky, man. Oh. Fucking, what's it called? Up around? No. Yeah, whatever that is called.
The individual over on the left in the light denim jacket, were you able to identify that as Cortlen Henry?
Yes.
Do you see the individual known to you as Jameson Francois that's been present in this video as well?
I don't see him in this screenshot here.
Okay. Have you seen him previously while watching this video
Yes.
at other times?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, I'll conclude publishing at 3:22. So, Detective Moretti, I'm showing you what's been previously entered in as State 14. Was this jacket in Miramar evidence at the time that video was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
This is not the same jacket that's pictured on that video?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, when you're going through these phone records, is everybody saved as their full legal name?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. When you're looking through the phone number for the extraction for Mr. Thomas, that 772-713-2341 number that you described, what number is the 9807 number saved as? How is that saved in that phone?
For the 9807, I believe he's listed as Juvy.
Okay. And if you're not sure at any point, please don't guess. If you need to refer or refresh your recollection, please let me know.
Just repeat the question again.
The 772-713-9807 number. How is that saved in Chris Thomas's phone?
Chris Thomas's phone. I'm not sure, ma'am. I'll have to refresh my memory.
Okay. And with looking at, is there anything that would help refresh your recollection?
Yes. No. The text messages, the reports.
So showing you.
I'm sorry. Chris Thomas in 9807 is Slim.
Slim. Okay. And in the Anthony Williams phone, the 954-248-9081, how does Chris Thomas have him saved?
Chris Thomas has
and if you need to refresh your recollection, I know it's a lot of details.
Chris Thomas has William saved as Smurf.
Smurf. Okay, going to the 9807 phone number. How does the 9807 phone number have Chris Thomas saved in it?
Chris is saved as Slim.
Okay, and that's in the 9807 phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With regards to the 772-713-9807 number, how is the Anthony Williams, the 954-248-9081 saved?
He's saved as Twin.
No. When you go to Anthony Williams' phone extraction and look at the contacts for that, how is the 772-713-9807 phone number saved?
It's saved as Twin.
When you look in the Anthony Williams 954-248-9081, how is Christopher Thomas or Juvy saved as?
He has been saved as Spoon.
And when you're looking in Celebrate, does Celebrate translate all the emojis?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
And when you're the Celebrate extractions for the phone number of 772-713-9807, what name does that phone assign to the owner?
The phone doesn't assign the name. The person assigns a name to the phone.
Okay. And so where does the young Sakchaser Howard name come from?
That comes from the Apple ID.
Okay. And where is that Apple ID on the Facebook account for that young Sakchaser Howard, for that 772-713-9807 number?
On the Facebook account? It's one of the vanity names as well.
Okay. And what's the other vanity name for the young Sakchaser Howard Facebook account?
I have to refresh my memory.
So would looking at that Facebook page help in refreshing your recollection? I realized over lunch I forgot to publish one video from States 101. So I'll do that when we review that.
Hello, sorry about this. This is very funny. My name is Melly, and I'm going to turn myself in. But I'm in a suitcase because these are harassing me, and I have to get on a private jet, and I don't want them to see me.
So Detective Moretti, the video that you just watched on that, was that the last image or video that was taken on the 772-713-9807 phone?
Yes, ma'am.
the Young Sakchaser Howard, for defense counsel, the Young Sakchaser Howard Facebook account?
It's the identity, the actual account name is Melly.Brazy.
So that we're clear, the Young Sakchaser Howard Facebook contact and the 772-713-9807 phone is to the Melly.Brazy account.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes, sir.
States 64 to celebrate extraction of the 772-713-9807 phone number. We were discussing how the phone is named on
Yes.
there. How does it show up in the celebrate extraction?
Young Sakchaser Howard.
The Young Sakchaser Howard, is it spelled the same way as YNW Sakchaser?
No.
So, how does Celebrate assign a name to a phone number in the extraction you're looking at the report?
Beyond his expertise.
Objection, no, it's overruled. If he knows, he can answer the question.
It does not. That's like I told you before. The Celebrate, it does not add anything. It does not take anything away. It rarely extracts data, puts it into a format that we can read. And the name that you see on that phone is manually input.
And so when you say manually inputted, do you mean on the phone itself?
Yes.
So this, and I want to make sure we're very clear on this, the contact name that is on there, on any of these reports that we have, did you put those on there?
No, ma'am.
Where's that contact name coming from?
It's coming from when you go into the initial general settings, and under the iCloud section is where it's actually input.
Whatever contact's on the phone.
Correct. It's not in the actual contact setting. It's the actual general settings where it is established.
So on the Young Sakchaser Howard phone, that 772-713-9807, is there a contact 772-713-9807 titled Young Sakchaser Howard? And if you need to pull it up, let me know.
Yeah, yes, please.
What are we looking at right here on state 64?
This is the UFED report that is created by Celebrate, of taking the extracted data and put it into a format that we can read and present to the court.
Is it a large data file?
It is very large, and you got to have enough RAM to run this program, that's for sure.
And so as while it is slowly loading, let me take a moment to show you the work documents previously shown to defense counsel for Mr. Hedgepath. Did you review those work records for David Hedgepath?
Yes, ma'am.
After you reviewed those, did he remain a suspect in the investigation?
No.
We get a date and time that he obtained those records, please.
Sure. And what date did you obtain those records?
2020.
At the contact. Okay, so looking at the contact that you have on your screen right here. What is the source? Where is this contact coming from in this phone?
The extraction source is the advanced logical extraction.
And where is the advanced logical extraction telling you that the name Young Sakchaser Howard came from?
It's coming from Facebook Messenger.
When you scroll down in the details section down over to the bottom right of the screen, what is the username associated with Young Sakchaser Howard?
Melly.crazy.
Continuing on. With regards to the different searches that you did in this case, did you have an occasion to go up to and use canines to help assist in locating items of evidence?
Twice we used canines in this case.
Okay. What was the first time that canines were used?
The first time was on November 21st on Pembroke Road.
Okay.
That's when we used to find the exact location of the shooting. The canine found recovered 8 shell casings. And the second time was early February 2019. It was over by Johnson Street and US 27. That became another location of interest where weapons were thrown after the shooting.
And were you able to recover any weapons or magazines at the other locations by Johnson Street?
No, ma'am.
Did you go out and make attempts to locate any items of evidence as you became aware of them?
Yes, ma'am.
On that note, was there times in which you asked the dive team to go and conduct various investigations?
Yes, we conducted the 9807 cell phone number was showing in the area on the 10/26/2018 near the C9 canal, which is pretty much in between the Dade-Broward border, right along I-75. The cell phone 9807 was in that area. Being that it was so consistent in all the other locations, I could easily link that phone number up to other cell phone, to other videos. I was confident that location was, accurate. We spent almost a week diving that, and then late in, I think it was 20 or 21, I can kind of refer to my notes.
If you need to refresh your recollection.
It was a dive operation that was conducted at the house behind where Fredo Bang lived, and that was September 21st, 2021. An individual was arrested by a Broward Sheriff's Office. A blood gang member was arrested.
So, based on information,
yes.
There was a dive operation?
Yes.
Without going into what that person said?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of, were any of those dive operations successful?
No, ma'am.
So, continuing on now, once you obtained the cell phone extraction that we're looking at here, Did you go through and verify against the information that was in Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas's phones?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically with regards to Anthony Williams, did you review all of the messages between Mr. Williams and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you prepare?
Objection to the form of the question here we approach.
Were those generated in a report to make them easier to view and read?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective, showing you what's been previously marked as states quintuple E shown to defense counsel. Do you recognize those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do those messages, what are they?
It's communication between the 9807 number and the Anthony Williams cell phone number.
Have you been able to review all of those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to compare the printout there and the celebrate extraction of what's been previously known as State 64?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this fairly and accurately print out and show the messages between the 9807 phone number and Anthony Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would request to move into state quintuple E and publish.
And we approach again. Sorry.
It's 106.
So Detective, I have this version, but it's a little bit easier to pull up on the electronic version, so bear with me just a minute. And just so it's clear, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you would go about creating this specific?
On the left-hand side, you would see where it says call log, chats, contacts. You would, right now, you're in SMS messages. Where you see on the top portion is where it says export. Where you see export, go ahead and just click on export, just for the show. Then you can export it in Excel, HTML, PDF, Word. We predominantly use PDF.
So, for example, if you would just pick a person here to limit it by?
You can limit it by that exactly if you know what phone number or name you're looking for.
Can you then also search this?
Yes,
That's in leading.
Can you overrule?
Can you search this with keywords?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it important to be able to search it with keywords?
If I'm looking for something very specific, or I know a specific conversation, or if I'm just looking for specific words, in a case, words of interest, we would type them in there and it would come up in the search.
Can you limit it by time frame?
Yes.
Specifically in this extraction that has been put in, what are the two phone numbers that are being communicating in this chat report?
The 9807 number, as well as the number for Mr. Williams, which is 9081.
Speak up just a little bit. You can't tell, I'm slightly under the weather.
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, can we approach one more? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Look where reflected jury stepped out. Councilman Mann, over this time.
And the witness step out so I can voice my continuing objection.
I think you don't like me, sir.
Please, thank you.
I think you don't like me anymore.
I don't.
Yes, sir. Detective Moretti stepped out.
Yes. As I indicated to the court, because I think the state is leading you astray and creating reversible error, when Detective Moretti was deposed on February of 2021, he indicated that he's not an expert. That's why the FBI was called to testify on these records. In addition to that, he went on to say,
Excuse me, listen. Hold on. All right. Extend, counsel, the same courtesy you expect, but not to be interrupted, all right? Go ahead, sir.
he went on to testify under oath that when you look at these chats, it's coming from one phone to another phone, correct? His answer, correct. And if I have your phone, for instance, I could chat with, and I use Mr. Haddad as an example because he was in the deposition. He said correct. And by looking at your phone, you would think that you sent Haddad that nasty message, like whatever, correct, correct. He goes on to say, in other words, would you be able to make the statement that one person received a call from Melly? And he goes, no. He goes on and testified. The question is, well, two people are speaking to each other, but one of them would have to verify that he's the person who responded or wrote the message, correct? And he says, legally, yes, sir. They have not authenticated one of these messages. They know it. He's not qualified to do that. They have to call one of the parties to authenticate it. That's why, with all due respect, we have been interrupting, coming sidebar constantly on all of these messages. They are the state is leading you astray on this because they have not authenticated one message. And now they're attributing it to Williams talking to Melly, Melly talking to Williams, and that can't, there's no predicate for it. And even the witness knows that. So we would be objecting to all of this and moving to strike it all.
Just to play that forward logically, the way that counsel is arguing, if a witness is dead, there would never be a communication that could be in evidence. So in terms of the way counsel is arguing that is contrary to the evidence code on that. The state, and that goes to weight, not admissibility. This evidence is admissible. It is statements of the defendant that has been established over and over and over again that he was the person using the 772-713-9807 phone. He is the one who's taking all the pictures on it. He's the one who's giving the password to his mother. He's the one who has to is using this to communicate with his friends, his girlfriend, has the naked video of his underage girlfriend on there. This is not a phone that's being passed around to multiple people, and there's no evidence to support that. In fact, what the evidence shows, and in every video that you've seen of the defendant, he's walking around with a phone in his hand. And the state would submit to you and to this court that it has well proven the defendant himself in the statement on the jail call, calling the 772-713-9807 phone number, is saying that is his phone. In addition, Your Honor, the state has provided case law previously that an item can be authenticated by the contents of the item itself. That is clearly what we have in this, that the contents of this phone authenticate it and show it to be what the state says it is, which is statements of the defendant and statements of the victim, in this case, Anthony Williams, and the rest of them are the other statements of the co-defendant and the defendant and his girlfriend, where she's putting, and there's internal parts of each of those that can be authenticated.
Hold on.
There are three ways to really authenticate a text message: the receiver, the sender, and if you don't have either one of them, then you call the engineering company to show that the text messages are in fact true and correct. For them to say they could never get a text message in if a person is deceased is absolutely not true. They would need, if they don't have the receiver, the sender, then they have to call the engineering company from Sprint, T-Mobile, whoever it is, to show how the messages are extracted from the phone, not the detective. And more importantly, this detective has already admitted he's never been declared an expert in any of this. And that's why the FBI was called in.
Judge, so I may clarify on that. Counsel's taking that completely out of context, because that was with regards to the T-Mobile. Counsel's conflating the difference between information from the cellular networks and information from the phone itself. They are separate and apart. They are two different sources of data and two different sources with which the evidence in this case is being drawn from. Counsel is trying to confuse them and using parts of the depo talking about T-Mobile to try and say that it would apply to other sections, which is completely inappropriate and a misrepresentation of what actually happened in the deposition. In addition, the detective, when he first got up and testified, talked about his training and experience in Cellebrite, Cellhawk, and all the different phone and cellular phone specific evidence classes and certifications with which he holds.
One last comment, John.
Go right ahead.
She has introduced 500 and some odd pictures, a whole bunch of text messages over our objections, a jail call. So if anything, this is all cumulative. If the court doesn't agree with what this witness, this detective testified under oath, that he's not an expert and you have to get a message in, either receiver, sender, or there is case law to say the engineering company as to how they can extract a message. I will give them a third alternative. They've done none of that in any of this.
We'll be in recess. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Before we go, I'd just like to crystallize my objection that I was trying to articulate in sidebar with respect to the refreshing.
Something we're just talking about now? Is something new? Or is it something that just... Answer my question first. About this issue.
I didn't say...
No,
I didn't utter words. I'm trying to say what it is. It concerns the testimony regarding the Facebook information that was brought in on the notion that he was refreshing recollection from a video that he observed Miss Bradley navigating through her Facebook account into another Facebook account to check the information. And what the court said is that the witness can use anything to refresh his recollection. However, that's not what occurred here. What occurred was hearsay information was being introduced through the ruse of refreshing recollection. Because if something is observed and it's hearsay on the internet and it's being observed by a witness, he can't later come and say it would refresh my recollection as to what that hearsay was as a basis for him to make to offer testimony that is being offered for the truth of the matter. And that is just a separate issue, which I wanted to, since we were about to go to recess, crystallize, because it occurred in the last session. I apologize for upsetting you, but that is what, it's a separate issue, yes it is, and it's one that I thought was important to crystallize at this time. Thank you, sir.
We're in recess. Need a restroom break, Ms. Devins?
I need a walk.
Ms. Devins, you need a restroom break? Yes. We'll take care of it.
Thank you.
With regards to the different searches that you did in this case, did you have an occasion to go up to and use canines to help assist in locating items of evidence?
Twice we used canines in this case.
Okay. What was the first time that canines were used?
The first time was on November 21st on Pembroke Road.
Okay.
That's when we used to find the exact location of the shooting. The canine found recovered 8 shell casings. And the second time was early February 2019. It was over by Johnson Street and US 27. That became another location of interest where weapons were thrown after the shooting.
And were you able to recover any weapons or magazines at other locations by Johnson Street?
No, ma'am.
Did you go out and make attempts to locate any items of evidence as you became aware of them?
Yes, ma'am.
On that note, was there times in which you asked the dive team to go and conduct various investigations?
Yes, we conducted the 9807 cell phone number was showing in the area on the 10/26/2018 near the C9 canal, which is pretty much in between the Dayton-Broward border, right along I-75. The cell phone 9807 was in that area. Being that it was so consistent in all the other locations, I could easily link that phone up to other cell phone, to other videos. I was confident that location was, accurate. We spent almost a week diving that, and then late in, I think it was 20 or 21, I can kind of refer to my notes.
Can you refresh your recollection?
It was a dive operation that was conducted at the house behind where Fredo Bang lived, and that was September 21st, 2021. An individual was arrested by a Broward Sheriff's Office. A blood gang member was arrested.
So, based on information,
yes.
There was a dive operation?
Yes.
Without going into what that person said?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of, were any of those dive operations successful?
No, ma'am.
So, continuing on now, once you obtained the cell phone extraction that we're looking at here, did you go through and verify against the information that was in Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas's phones?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically with regards to Anthony Williams, did you review all of the messages between Mr. Williams and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you prepare?
To the form of the question here.
The prosecution continues to try to prove that this was Jamell Demons' phone, that his phone was at the scene where the shooting occurred, and therefore he had to be the shooter by connecting the dots. But we'll continue after this break listening to Detective Moretti's testimony as the prosecution, the state of Florida, continues to try to prove its case and close it out beyond a reasonable doubt. Stay with us on the other side. Rapper YNW Melly, is he guilty of a double homicide? Well, welcome back to the Law&Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. I want to take you back into that courtroom where the state is closing out their case with their lead detective, their star witness, trying to prove that they have proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's go in and listen to Detective Mark Moretti.
Were those generated in a report to make them easier to view and read?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective, showing you what's been previously marked as states quintuple B shown to defense counsel. Do you recognize those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do those messages, what are they?
It's communication between the 9807 number and the Anthony Williams cell phone number.
Have you been able to review all of those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to compare the printout there and the celebrate extraction of what's been previously known as State 64?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this fairly and accurately print out and show the messages between the 9807 phone number and Anthony Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move into state quintuple E and publish.
Yeah. Where you see export, go ahead and click on export, just for to show. Then you can export it in Excel, HTML, PDF, Word. We predominantly use PDF.
So, for example, if you could just pick a person here to limit it by?
You can limit it by that exactly if you know what phone number or name you're looking for.
Can you then also search this?
Yes, that's in leading.
Can you overrule?
Can you search this with keywords?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it important to be able to search it with keywords?
If I'm looking for something very specific, or I know a specific conversation, or if I'm just looking for specific words, in a case, words of interest, we would type them in there and it would come up in the search.
Can you limit it by time frame?
Yes.
Specifically in this extraction that has been put in, what are the two phone numbers that are being communicating in this chat report?
The 9807 number, as well as the number for Mr. Williams, which is 9081.
Speak up just a little bit. You can't tell I'm slightly under the weather.
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, can we approach? Yes. As I indicated to the court, because I think the state is leading you astray and creating reversible error. When Detective Moretti was deposed on February of 2021, he indicated that he's not an expert. That's why the FBI was called to testify on these records. In addition to that, he went on to say,
Excuse me, listen, hold on. All right, extend counsel the same courtesy you expect, but not to be interrupted, all right? Go ahead, sir.
he went on to testify under oath that when you look at these chats, it's coming from one phone to another phone, correct? His answer, correct. And if I have your phone, for instance, I could chat with, and I use Mr. Haddad as an example because he was in the deposition. He said correct. And by looking at your phone, you would think that you sent Haddad that nasty message, like whatever, correct, correct. He goes on to say, in other words, would you be able to make the statement that one person received a call from Melly? And he goes, no. He goes on and testified. The question is, well, two people are speaking to each other, but one of them would have to verify that he's the person who responded or wrote the message, correct? And he says, legally, yes, sir. They have not authenticated one of these messages. They know it. He's not qualified to do that. They have to call one of the parties to authenticate it. That's why, with all due respect, we have been interrupting, coming sidebar constantly on all of these messages. They are the state is leading you astray on this because they have not authenticated one message. And now they're attributing it to Williams talking to Melly, Melly talking to Williams, and that can't, there's no predicate for it. And even the witness knows that. So we would be objecting to all of this and moving to strike it all.
Just to play that forward logically, the way that counsel is arguing, if a witness is dead, there will never be.
Well, some heated arguments going on in that courtroom with the defense telling the judge that they are leading him astray, meaning the prosecution. We'll see how that works on the other side. Stay with us.
President, defendant, his counsel, assistant state attorneys. All ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, bring the jury in, please.
Thank you for the extra time. Jury entered.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the opinions of the jury. Will the defendant, Mr. Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, to witnesses on the stand. Detective Mark Moretti. Counsel, proceed, please.
Okay, so Detective, we were talking about what's been admitted into evidence as State 106. I'm going to start with a August 23rd, 2018 message from the 9807 number. What does that say?
I gotta get this money from track and get a new card.
So the state previously introduced into evidence what's been published as States 97. I want to switch to that for just a moment. As part of States 97, I'm going to be publishing a transaction from December 13th, 2018. How much money was being sent to the beneficiary listed as Jamell Demons?
$10,000.
Okay. Publishing a November 9th, 2018. How much money is sent to the beneficiary listed as Jamell Demons?
$15,000.
Publishing a date of December 19th, 2018 to the beneficiary of Jamell Demons. How much money was sent then?
$9,000.
Could I?
Is there an objection?
Objection as to the many.
Demons, sorry. My apologies. Do you still have that lemon? Moving on to October 17th, 2018. How much was paid in reference to services for what YNW Melly?
$3,500.
Going to October 8th of 2019. How much was paid for the benefit of YNW Melly?
$4,000.
And going to January 14th, 2019. Who is, what was the amount paid for Melly January 26th show?
$10,000.
And what was the name of the originator of that?
Lyrical Lemonade LLC.
I'm going to switch over and publish again from States 7. Back to the messages. You mentioned you can keyword search them on the Celebrate. Does the same thing work on the digital versions?
Yes, just Control F. You can search through it.
In terms of, were you able to look for the term Melly or Jamell in this particular document?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it come up a number of times?
Yes, ma'am. 18 times.
So going through now, I'm going to go to August 24th of 2018. Starting with a message from 954-248-9081, the Anthony Williams phone number. If you could read the top one, I'm going to try to make it as big as possible.
That's fine. Oh, yeah. And I meant to tell you all, I told you before, we went to Cali, that me and Juvy, CEO, Peso, the artist, cause you be moving on this music just cause you pop ain't fitting be looking confused all my life. Y'all really, my artist, you ain't doing that part right. I got these N-words right, y'all ain't fitting, just keep saying that y'all be on some lifestyle shit, just can't say they artists just to look at, just to look good, do the same shit I be doing. I'm just under you cause I let you be the face, but I'm the CEO.
The next message, and what's the date of this one in time?
8/24/2018 at 12 p.m., 12:18 p.m.
Okay, and what does the 9081 twin phone number say?
Blood, sweat, tears in this. I seen a dream shit went too far in the future.
Continuing on to the 8/24/2018, 11:46 a.m. If you could republish that one.
Yes, ma'am. I want to make sure it's want to read first. You all sabotaging my character. Got people think y'all made me in shit while you all get treated like future. I peep when I said I'm gonna put my music out. You said some I forgot, but every time I do some creative trying to make it spark. You all start doing it as a group and make it look like our shit. And you, the one popping, go do it then. They think it's yours and feel like you don't fuck with us like that. Your vibe be way different when Riri ain't here. But we are artists. I put my powers, a lot of hard work to get everybody the way they is. I let you get my artists, but all of my artists too. I'm a bro that let get them, cause you from Florida and you ain't doing it right. And they give you credit over money. Money ain't nothing without my drip, so get right or some gonna flop.
And continuing on to 8/24/2018, 11:55, 52 a.m. from the 9081.
1 second. And I told you this shit is just like Young Mal and Quills. It's YNW CEO, me, you, Juvy, artist, Bort, Peso, Tay, Kobe, AG, and the rest and shit. You all don't like to talk about YNW goals and work on shit. You like to act like your mom and be on that type of fantasy life when Riri and all them gone. You don't talk to us about this YNW shit. You don't give everyone 5 bands each, none of that, or talk about future. You walk around here like you husband and wife, and then get kind of important people talking about my artist. One more chance, and you going under to me like it's supposed to be. You just blowed. You can say, Joel, first time you rapped, I changed your flow. You rap like Wiz Khalifa. You can say you watched Young and Thug. If you did that, you a jacker. What day a call is? I isn't no jacker. I got relative tendencies as them get right. Do everything at one time, not just make us look like kids. Make sure everyone got a bitch in here. You all acting like you all bosses. Then one you try, you grow, you gone, cry, but then call us. Your artist got me looking dumb out here, and we worried about a bag.
And what does the 9807 reply?
I know you all CEOs, fool, and you know I fuck with is you talking about N-word. I'm happy you could drop all your shit, that's what I want. Don't ever think I don't want to see you shine. I appreciate you letting me get them boys to be my artist. That's real as fuck. What it seems like or what people think, we know what's going. We fit the blow tell Tay and Bort, go get Peso and Chloe. I'm focused on all artists until it's our time to tour. I already got I Am You out. All I got to do is videos. We can start today.
In terms of during the course of this conversation, how often is money brought up?
Quite often.
So going to August 29th, 2018, what does the 9807 number say?
I ain't lost, I'm just waiting on my money so I can get everyone right. I got plans, but my plan's crazy, and ain't no one gonna understand till the money in their face.
August 30th, 2018, 9807.
Finna go get this money from track.
September 3rd, 2018.
I gotta pick some money up from JF5 at day office.
And that's coming from the which number?
9807.
Okay. Going to September 6th, 2018.
It good. Ain't fucking with them because you can't help them like me and you. Just stay for the money. I can fuck all you lights up forever. It's in my hands.
September 21st, 2018. From which phone number and what does it say?
It's from the 9807 number. It's fittingly tracked at the office. He said the money should drop around 4 to 7, around 4 to 7 p.m.
Okay. September 21st, 5:44 p.m.
From the 9807 number. The money in the account, but it ain't gone be available till 12 a.m.
September 27th, 2018.
From the 90081. Ain't mean to put no addy. LOL and Adrian, bro. Send some money to him on your Cash App.
October 3rd, 2018.
From the 9807 number. Went to pick money up.
October 8th, 2018.
From the 9081. Police came to my house about your money.
October 8th, 2018.
They trying to make it seem like we did something to get that money.
October 12th of 2018.
Why y'all ain't make sure the money was sent to him?
October 16th, 2018.
From the 9807. I really ain't Bowman today. I'm a fit link with track. Pick this money.
October 19th, 2018.
I ain't worried about him. And when we go in Utah, I need to give my mom this money, and we gotta at least get peso.
October 25th, 2018.
You got $10 to pay for my cut till I get this money from track.
And so to go for context on that message, October, can you publish for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury from the October 24th, 2018, 10:03 p.m. message?
Just landed.
What is the response from the 9081?
We on the way down the from Willie.
772-713-9807 says what on October 25th at 12:19 a.m.
We defy it.
And what's the response from Mr. Williams? Or, I'm sorry, the 9081 phone number.
In here somewhere.
Going to August 30th of 2018. Were you able to review and determine if there was an issue with Anthony Williams and the 9807 number based on an argument with the mother, Jamie?
Objection. Cause for hearsay. Conclusion.
It's in the message adjourned.
It's his.
Excuse me, can I see the message? Here, Sidebar.
Sure, let me grab the paper copy. Alrighty, going to August 30th, 2018. Can you publish the 9807 message from 11:20:12 a.m.?
Just be here for me, bro. I handled the shit. We ain't breaking up. It's fucker, bro, the devil trying to break us apart.
Okay. Next message.
Don't listen to none of that shit. She gone. Pull up. She say she done with all that shit. Fuck it. She blocked out our life.
Okay. The response from the 9081 number, August 30th, 2018, 11:24 a.m.
Bro, I'ma expose her though. I'ma chill today. First interview, it's over. She's gonna fry.
Next message from 9081.
Ain't gonna lie, I'm tired of y'all getting y'all credit on shit.
August 30th, 2018, 11:28 a.m.
Fuck that.
August 30th, 2018, 11:29 a.m.
I don't care. I love you, but I feel like, yeah, with that shit, no cap.
Okay. The response from 9807 at 11:29:31 on August 30th.
All that shit gone. Stop, bro. We fit the blow. You da one, keep my head straight when I'm tripping.
August 30th, 2018, 11:30:27 a.m. from the 9807 number.
Hell no, I'm riding with you. You know this shit don't need to go that far. It's pointless. Just block all that shit out.
And now the August 30th, 12:36:56 p.m. from the 9807 number.
Just 1 second. Alright, bro, I love you to death, you brother for life, but I'ma let you have all this shit. Fuck my mama, fuck that house, fuck that Draco, fuck that 380, fuck that Netflix TV shit, all that shit, you all can have it. I'ma pay you back for everything you did for me, for every idea, all that we always gonna be brothers. But I'll never hurt you, bro. You don't trust me. I don't want to be in a house with nobody who think I'm a snake. Am all the time. You can have that shit. I just need to pull it on myself. I don't give a fuck what you do to my mama. I don't give a fuck no mo. I'll never say I'll kill you or harm you. If you need anything, just hit my line. I'm at the hotel around the corner. We both need our space. I don't know if we've been around each other too long or what before. Let's break apart over some dumb. I'll slide foo. You all don't need me. I love you all. N-word. Tell Chloe I said I love her. Tay. And I'm fit to focus on myself till it's time for tour. Everything I do is out of love. I don't know how else to prove it. I love your ass more than anyone on this earth. Bro, you got that shit. I'll never beef with my day one. That ain't me. If you die, I'ma die. And we the same person for real. I'ma let you pull off though, my end love.
Excuse me, what page is that?
That is on page 48.
Thank you.
And the responses from the 9081, August 30th, 12:39.
I'm good. It's just some be telling me y'all up to something. You don't owe me nothing. We is the same person. But how you let this shit keep going this far? What if it was the other way around? My mom wouldn't be doing no shit like this.
Next message at 12:40 p.m. from the 9081.
I'm Bortlen. Ain't say I was beefing with you before. I let something happen to me or play with my family. Everyone will die. Shit like that. Duck with my blood.
The response from the 9807 phone number on 12/40/41/8/30/2018.
I don't consider her my mama. No mo, fuck that bitch, bro. I know, I feel, yeah, that shit weird, bro.
August 30th, 2018. From the 9081 phone number at 12/41/30.
Then she keep telling people shit about me, and I'm not even worried about her, bro. I'm trying to bull do me. Why MF's always worried about me, and what the fuck you talking about how you gonna leave, and we can't even get in the gate without you be on some crazy shit.
What page is that?
49, Mr. Howard. And the response on August 30th, 2018, 12:41 p.m. from the 9807.
Like, I don't even be knowing what the fuck to say. No mo. She do shit out of the blue. She the devil. For real. Shit crazy. I don't got shit to do with it. No mo. If you all kill her, fuck it, bro. She ain't my mama. She sold her soul.
So, I want to talk about the term fire specifically. On September 28th, 2018, 1:59:01 p.m. Could you please read that message?
Get you a fire ass fit.
Is that referring to clothing?
Objection. Lady calls for conclusion and opinion.
No, it does not, ma'am.
I'm sorry, does that say outfit?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Going on to September 29th, 2018. That message says what?
That song, fire is fire.
Do you think that's talking about a firearm there?
Objection.
It's already been testified to, Your Honor, by Detective Bolden.
So moved.
In certain contexts, yes, fire can also mean gun, but it also can mean fire.
Okay.
Objection
And
to
this-
move to strike. Could mean a lot of things according to that.
Sustained.
Move to strike the answer and ask for
Jury
curative
disregard.
instruction.
Jury disregard the last question and answer.
On October 23rd, 2018, were you able to determine the locations of the 9807 phone and the 9081 phone?
1023.
Yes.
I had to go back to the, well.
Sorry.
There you go. In Chicago.
So the publishing on 10/23/2018, starting at 9:38:41, what does the 9081 phone number ask?
Where you at?
And the response from the 10/23 9:38:50 from the 9807 phone number.
Chicago.
What is the next text message from the 9081 message?
Be safe, fool. Read it at 5.
Going on to October 23rd, 2018, 10:45:29 a.m. What does the 9807 message respond?
Hell yeah, always.
Next message, 10:45:48. What does 9807 say?
And it's my closet.
Continuing on, 10/23/2018, 10:46:10. What does the 9807 number say?
It's on my closet in like the third shoebox.
Going to 10/23/2018, 2:46 p.m. What does the 9081 phone number say to the 9807 phone number?
Don't want the gate if they call.
Are you familiar with the Sunset Lakes entrance gate?
Yes, there's two of them.
Did you respond or go to the 40th Street gate or review the footage rather from that gate?
We actually go to the clubhouse to retrieve the video, but because we're familiar with the area, we knew that the video we obtained was from the 40th Street entrance.
And where is that 40th Street entrance in relation to the 18541 house that the defendant was living in at that time?
It's right around the corner, very close location.
Were there any other obvious arguments or fights that you noticed in this message?
Objection to the form of the question.
Same rephrase.
Did you notice any other angry exchanges in this?
Objection to the form of the question.
Yes, ma'am.
And where would those be?
The Facebook Messenger had it as well.
Okay.
As well as their SMS back and forth.
So I want to go now, and so did you also look at and indicated the messages between the 9807 phone number and the 772-713-2341 number?
Yes, ma'am.
Previously marked states quintuple F. Okay, Detective Moretti, I'm showing you it's been marked as states quintuple F. You have a minute to review that.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That is the extraction report I generated from the cell program.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the conversation and messages between 772-713-9807 and 772-713-2341?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states quintuple F, states 107.
Objection on the same previously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Has he signed one too?
I'm sorry.
107.
So publishing part states 107. Detective Moretti, if you could read aloud for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the phone numbers that are reflected in this particular chat.
DSC 772-713-9807, and then 772-713-2341.
Publishing on the third page of the exhibit, the address on, 1/27/15 on August 27th, 2018. What address is that?
18521 Southwest 44th Street, Miramar. That's where the defendant was living at.
What page was that?
Page 3. Okay. Going on to page 5. The message from the contact titled Juvy. What is asked in that question? What question at September 1st, 2018, 8:14 p.m.
When you're going to do the A?
And in terms of the response?
Tuesday.
When you were speaking with Cortlen Henry, did he mention traveling to Atlanta?
I believe so, ma'am.
And was there any conversations from Mr. Henry in the reporting about being in a car crash? And that was this
Objection, read.
going on the
She's saying rephrase.
without playing the statement of Mr. Henry. Was there anything that would refresh your recollection? I'm sorry. May I start that again? With regards to Mr. Henry's statement, was there any conversation about a car crash?
Yes, there was a car crash, because we saw when we first made contact with them that there was front-end damage, and we asked them, about the damage.
Do you recall where he indicated Mr. Henry, and the statements are going to play for the jury, where that damage occurred?
The location?
Yes.
Offhand, no, I need to see the statement.
Okay.
You want to play the full argument?
We can come back to that. I'll have Ms. Smith pull that statement in again. Going on to page 6. On September 1st, 2018, 8:15:32. Can you publish that particular statement?
I board can take me in the right car, or I still gotta wait.
And were you able to determine who Bort is?
It's Cortlen Henry, the co-defendant in this case.
Okay. Going to October 10th, 2018. Can you please publish that message for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? 10:24 a.m.
Nah, fool, I'm good. I'm gonna wait next time. That N-word who gave you the QP for the free, see if he'll sell you a half a pound for the low. I'ma buy it.
What is QP, if you know, based on your training and experience as a law enforcement officer?
Pardon me?
Objection.
I sustain the objection. I think we need more.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. Going on to the bottom of page 11 for defense counsel. If you could publish the October 11th, 2018, 3:15 p.m. from the 2341 to the 9807.
You sending some cash today?
On October 15th, 2018, 3:36 p.m. Can you explain what it's, when you see this in the chat report, the cl.loc.vcf, what does that mean?
It's location data. It's going to be a GPS coordinate.
And the last text message from the 9807 phone number, what date and time is that at?
10/23/2018 at 1:27 p.m.
So, Detective Moretti, you mentioned Facebook messages and Instagram and things like that. Did you collect or obtain those records?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to start, it's still on the cell phone extraction. Showing defense counsel what's been marked as states quintuple G.
we approach? Sure.
States quintuple G for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict a conversation between the 9807 number and an individual named 70?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions on that?
No, ma'am.
You're at this time state we're requesting the states quintuple G in as states 107. 108.
Any objection not previously raised? Over, will be admitted.
States quintuple G, mark states 108.
Publishing page 1. On October 17, 2018, 3:59:38 p.m., what message is sent from the 9807 number?
The name Melly.
Continuing on to 4:01:06 p.m., what message is sent from the 9807 number?
My IG, YNW.Melly.
Did you author a search warrant for the Instagram account associated with YNW.Melly?
Yes, ma'am.
marked states quintuple H. Showing you what's being marked as states quintuple H. Have a moment to look at that.
Yes,
Do you recognize that item?
there's a report that I generated.
And is that something from the same 9807 cell phone we've been talking about all day today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fairly and accurately depict the conversation between the individual using the 9807 cell phone and then the person who is not saved as a contact?
Correct.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quintuple H in and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
Same objection as before.
Can I see it, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection notice overruled. Will be admitted.
States quintuple H will be marked states 109.
Okay. We're going to publish states 109, starting on the first page. What two phone numbers are communicating in this particular chat?
The 772-713-9807 and the 561-254-34331 exchange.
The first message from the 561 phone number on September 27, 2018 at 2:44 p.m. What does that say?
This AD, bro, firm fin to cash app you.
So I want to go to this first attachment here, September 28, 2018. That's on page 2 for the message. And then on, this would be the fifth page of the exhibit. Publishing now on page 3 of the exhibit. If you could read the address, or I'm sorry, the message and the address that's on September 28, 2018, 1:40 p.m. from the 9807 number.
It is 604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida.
And then, well, what does the next message say?
Then,
and the last on September 28, 2018, 1:41:13 p.m.
18521 Southwest 44th Street, Marijuana, Florida.
Going down to the message at 1:42:21, September 28, 2018, from 9807. And publishing that large scale now. What is the address on this image of a driver's license?
604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida.
And what name is on this driver's license?
The defendant's name.
Before we get into this, we take a 5-minute break.
Then you'll be short recess and not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case or allow anyone to discuss the case in presence with no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. Thank you.
Between the 9807 phone number and the 772-713-2341 number.
Yes, ma'am.
Previously marked states quintuple F. Okay, Detective Moretti, I'm showing you it's been marked as states quintuple F. You have a chance to review that.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That is the extraction report I generated from the cellphone program.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the conversation and messages between 772-713-9807 and 772-713-2341?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states quintuple F, states 107.
Objection on the same previous statements.
Thank you.
Okay, it's time for a quick break here at Law&Crime, but when we come back, more of our coverage of the YNW Melly trial in Florida, and also going to chat with my two guests, get their take on what we're seeing in court. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Law&Crime, where we are covering the trial of YNW Melly, real name Jamell Demons, in Broward County, Florida. And right now we have Terry Austin, Law&Crime's own, reporting boots on the ground at the courthouse there in Broward County. Terry, thanks for joining me.
Well, thanks for having me. It's been really interesting this afternoon.
So Terry, give our viewers what's the latest in court. What sense are you getting, not only from those inside the courtroom participating, meaning the attorneys, the witnesses, but the jurors themselves?
Well, Mark Moretti, he's the lead detective in this case. He has been on the stand the entire day. He is going through Cellbrite records right now. Those are the cell phone data records that he is talking about, and he's associating certain numbers with certain names. So he's going through those records, and right now he's talking about Christopher Thomas, Anthony Williams, and conversations that they had on Facebook or in messages with Melly. And so the number that they're associating or trying to associating with Melly is the 9807 number. So that's allegedly the number that he had. It's interesting, though, because there has been an objection by the defense, a standing objection, that Mark Moretti is not the witness who should be testifying about these phone records because he cannot authenticate them. There has been no predicate established. And what the defense is arguing is that, look, in order for these records to be admitted, they have to either be authenticated by the sender, the receiver, or T-Mobile. And so there is a standing objection that Mark Moretti is not the right person to introduce those records. Nevertheless, the judge let it in over the objection, and we have been all day listening to this type of testimony.
Right. And Terry, of course, that argument was made by the defense at the outset of this trial. And as you note, a standing objection. Do you think that's going to be something that's going to give the defense a strong argument on appeal if, in fact, YNW Melly is convicted?
Well, it could very well be. I mean, these records are important because they're trying to establish where those phones were. They still haven't really established who was holding the phones and exactly pinpointing the precise position of those phones. So I think it's going to be important information, but I think also it's going to be something that the defense can state as a matter of appeal. As a matter of fact, it's funny you should say that because Stuart Adelson, who is one of the defense attorneys, said to the judge at one point, this could be an issue for appeal. The fact that you are allowing these records into the evidence and you haven't really established any predicate, or the prosecution has not established any predicate for these records. So I definitely think they have this standing objection. They will continue to give this standing objection because it will possibly be a grounds for appeal if, in fact, the verdict doesn't go the way they want it to go.
Right, and Terry, let's talk about some of the substance of these text messages. Then you tweeted that the number that's allegedly associated with YNW Melly and also that with Anthony Williams, the deceased, in this text message exchange, it appears to be a dispute and that this may be the prosecution.
No, I grew up with my family.
Thank you. Earlier, so thank
you. Number, allegedly, again, Melly's number. You hear him talking about the love that he has for Williams and the, brotherhood that they have and how nothing would come between them. And at that point, Howard actually said, and that's one of the defense attorneys, said, let me have that page number. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but I think he will go back and refer to that because it was a positive message for that jury to hear as far as the defense is concerned, as far as YNW Melly is concerned.
And Terry, before we go to break, how is the jury receiving this? Do they seem to be listening intently?
Believe it or not, yes, I do think they're listening intently. Some of it is extremely boring, but they're paying close attention to every word because I think they want to understand what were those messages and the context for those messages. So they're trying to figure that out as well.
All right, Terry Austin, thank you. Law&Crime's own reporting from the courthouse. Thank you, Terry. Again, we're going to take a quick break here at Law&Crime. When we come back, more of our coverage of the YNW Melly trial out of Florida. Stay tuned.
Sidebars,
So, we could just announce that we're talking about the timing, the scheduling. The state probably has another hour to 2 hours, we're guessing, of publishing. We all agreed if we could just break for the night and come back tomorrow, and then the state would have the morning, and then we'd start in the afternoon.
I'm at the court's pleasure. I'm just as long as my voice holds.
Your voice not holding?
Snap and halls.
What? You're not up to this?
I'm okay. I'm fine. So I don't want to waste the jury's time or the court's time.
So we'll proceed for an hour or so and then pick it up tomorrow. All right? Just find out somewhere around 5 o'clock. We'll see where it goes. How much more do you think you have?
3 hours.
3 hours. All right. So
Even at 48 some odd warrants.
Just don't make me read that.
Read every last one.
So, counsel, you'll be probably then, that's your last witness in Friday?
Is that right now? Yes.
As of right now.
I don't know what that means.
As of right now.
That's when I gave him the cross.
In terms of her potential rebuttal, in terms of that.
So we might talk about you after you've done the cross on how long it's taking you to cross this witness. Then some redirect, I take it maybe tomorrow you come.
I would hope so.
So then, if that's the case and you're done, you know, today's Tuesday, right? So Wednesday, doing this, Thursday, you'd be having the witness. That sound about right?
I guess we'd have a witness for Thursday if we're anticipated to finish.
Right, that's what they're trying to gear up their schedule, Ms. Bradley. So you think, you know, you'll be done with this witness in an hour or two, right? Maybe 3, you said?
Yeah, sorry, I heard some music playing. I figured it was something.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. But 2-3 hours, something like that?
Yeah, sure.
And then, so you do your cross-examination tomorrow, then redirect, and then the next day you put on your witness. That sound about right?
That's assuming the court doesn't grant our JOA.
We are taking that to mean that the court is admonishing that we should be prepared to do so on Thursday, and you will be.
Yes. Because I knew you had a witness problem before.
I know. Well, I tell you what, let me not speak out of turn. The person coordinating it is not me, so we will make every effort.
Who's coordinating?
It's in judge,
So you think you'd be able to get a witness on Thursday?
I could probably get civilians here. I would.
So why don't we plan on that, see what you can do, all right? And we'll plan it on that, and we'll go from there, all right?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Bring the jury in, please.
Jury entry? I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please proceed. Let the record once again reflect the presence of our jury. The defendant, Mr. Demons, his counsel, the accused state attorney, are willing to remain on the stand. Counsel, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. Previously shown defense counsel in Harvey State in couple I. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
It is the report generated from the cell rate. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. This is the report I generated from the cell rate system.
And is that fairly and accurately depicts the conversations between the 772-713-9807 phone number and the contact saved as Crazy Lady?
Yes.
You're at this time state with the custody of the state in couple I in S.
We approach.
What date and time is that at?
10/23/2018 at 1:27 p.m.
So, Detective Moretti, you mentioned Facebook messages and Instagram and things like that. Did you collect or obtain those records?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to start, it's still on the cell phone extraction. defense counsel what's been marked as states quintuple G. We're going to skip what's been labeled as states quintuple I for right now and go on to what's been labeled as states quintuple J. Conversations that have been marked as states quintuple J. And review those. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of the conversations that are on there, who do they reflect being participants as on the numbers?
The 9807 number and then 561 7203210.
The 561-720, you said 3120?
561 720 3210.
720-3210. That 561 phone number, did you also do a search warrant to T-Mobile for that phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to state 63. Five 720-3210.
Yes, ma'am.
What type of subscriber was this phone?
It was a prepaid service with T-Mobile.
And in terms of the information and the contact name that was associated with 561-720-3210 in the 9807 phone, what contact was that assigned?
Board.
And in terms of information about the operability of that 561-720-321 phone, I want to ask you some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to go to the CDRs for on state 63 for 720-3210. I'm going to come down to October 26th, 2018. Starting, and again, what time frame are these records kept in?
All T-Mobile records are in UTC time.
And so going down to on the, let's see, 10/26/11/57/05, there is an incoming call. What is the duration of that incoming call?
2 seconds.
And that was on line 397 of the records. You had previously talked about the voicemail, and so continuing on 397, on now next one on line 398, 805-637-7249. What does that indicate to you based on the incoming and immediate outgoing to that 805-637-7249?
The call was immediately transferred forwarded to the voicemail system.
Going on to the next set of incoming outgoing phone calls, which is October 26, 2018, 12:03:50 UTC and 12:04:22 UTC. What happens to that phone call?
The same as the other one. If the call comes in, it's immediately forwarded to the voicemail system for T-Mobile.
Going to call 401 and 402. What happens at that point?
It's the same, ma'am. The call comes in and it's immediately forwarded to the T-Mobile voicemail system.
And the phone call at 401 and 402, do you recognize that 954-376-9158 number?
Yes, ma'am.
And which bank records was that reflected on?
That was from the SunTrust and the Chase records associated with Mr. Davis and Francois.
Going on to 403 and 404. And this phone call is 10/26/2018, 12/12/28, and 10/26/2018, 12/13. What happens with that incoming phone call?
The same. The call comes in and it's immediately forwarded to voicemail.
405 at 12:15:59 UTC, again October 26, 2018, and line 406, 12:16 UTC. What happens with that phone call? 10/26.
The call comes in and it's immediately transferred to voicemail.
Can you state whether or not that phone had minutes on it?
No, ma'am.
Those records are not something that was available?
Correct.
In terms of the last outgoing phone call that actually had a duration to it. And again, you said duration was in column C?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what was the last incoming or outgoing phone call that had a duration that wasn't sent immediately to voicemail?
It would be it says on the records here 10/26/2018 at 1:37 p.m. But we know that's 10/25/2018 at 9:37 p.m.
And you're doing the UTC conversion there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Detective Moretti, we talked briefly about the Instagram records on that. How did you go about obtaining the Instagram records?
Pursuant to a search warrant in this case, ma'am.
And with regards to those records, how are they provided to you?
They're provided to us electronically.
Once you wrote the search warrant, did you go through the entirety of the records?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how many 100,000 pages in that?
250,000 pages.
Now, at this time, the state would offer what's been previously marked as state quintuple K pursuant to 9083.6 as a business record. There's the certification for your honest review.
Thank you. The objection?
Is it? Can I?
That is the
Objection or grounds previously raised.
Thank you. Re-educate me, what previously raised objection was?
Relevancy. Relevancy. Authentication.
Relevancy.
403, 401.
Can you come sidebar, please?
Do this again, but we approach.
Yes.
So Detective Moretti, I'm approaching and showing you what's been labeled as state quintuple L for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It is the records produced from a search warrant for the Instagram account of YNW Melly.
Is that all of those records?
No.
And in terms of this specific selection, what is common throughout this one?
The sender, well, the recipient, or the author, or the receiver, YNW Melly.
Do these fairly and accurately represent a selection of the messages from the Instagram YNW Melly?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would request to move into labeled as state's quintuple L.
Objections, please.
Overruled.
State's quintuple L will be marked state's 111.
So, Detective Moretti, you're going to have to explain how to read these Instagram returns. So I'm going to start by publishing state 111. So the page number at the top on this first selection, what is that?
It's, the page number is 75,128. That's the actual page number from the entirety of the documents.
Okay. In terms of a lot of text, a lot of numbers, can you help, and I'm going to try and can you explain how you know where a message starts and where the next message ends and what is associated with
the message? The message itself starts where you see ID.
Okay.
And then the end of it will be recipients.
So, starting with this first one, can you explain what the thread ID is?
The thread ID is a number generated by Meta, which at the time used to be Facebook, now it's Meta Platforms Inc. And it's a number that they generate for a specific thread ID. So let's say you and I were having a conversation on social media and we started a thread. And we started a conversation. That would generate that thread. As long as that conversation continues, that thread ID will continue to be the same.
Is the thread ID unique to the participants in this particular Instagram message?
It's unique to the participants in the conversation that they're having.
Okay. So we can explain and make sure it's clear. You made the mention of you and I having an Instagram conversation. If we add Mr. Howard to it, is it going to still be under the same thread ID?
No, it would then generate a new thread ID because it's a new conversation.
Okay. And how can you tell what the contents of a particular message are?
Where it says text.
And how can you tell who wrote it?
Where the author is the person who wrote it and the recipient is the person who received it.
In terms of, does the recipient also list the author?
Yes.
So, for the purposes of this first message that we're reading up here, who is the author?
The author is legend_juice28.
And what is the text of that conversation?
Yo.
Moving on to the next message, and what I'm trying to do is keep it so that you're only looking at one at a time on that. So on this next message here, what is the response and who says it?
The author is the defendant, and
the Instagram author.
The author is the account YNW Melly, and the recipient is legend_juice28, along with the account identified as YNW Melly. And the text is, "What's up, fool?"
When you're going through these records, do they go one after the other in the same conversation all the way through?
No, it goes in the order in which you are communicating. So you could have on one page, you could have multiple different messages. The way that we're able to filter through and isolate specific conversations to make it easier for us to read is the thread ID.
So when you're generating these reports or these summaries here that we're looking at, how are you searching them?
Once I identify two participants are in the conversation or a specific conversation of interest, I then take that thread ID and I search throughout the whole form. This one is a little unique. I had to pull 20,000 pages out at a time because my computer could not handle 250,000 pages.
Okay. These are sent in what type of format?
PDF format.
So, moving on, so are we looking at that same thread ID ending in 1070 again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so if you could read the next message from October 1st, 2018, 2043 UTC.
The account identified as legend_juice28 sent to recipient account YNW Melly. Man, what's your number?
Continuing down the next message from 2044 UTC.
The author was from the account legend_juice28 to recipient account YNW Melly.
And the text?
I want to let my little girl and her friends see you like I need you to hit her up and surprise her, LOL.
And the last one on this page, again, that thread ID ending in 1070. Who is the author of this message, October 1st, 2018, 2058-34 UTC?
The account identified as YNW Melly, and the recipients were legend_juice28, as well as YNW Melly account.
And what phone number was identified as belonging to YNW Melly?
772-713-9807.
Okay. That was page 1 of that exhibit, counsel. Moving on to the next page. So this gray bar here, does that indicate a space between the pages in the business records?
Yes, ma'am, because the actual conversation started on page 72,276 and continued on 75,277.
On the message of October 9th, 2018, 221727 UTC, what is the author asking of the YNW Melly account?
The author is the author from account Young Bands is asking the account YNW Melly. What's your number, twin? I'm a fitting FTU.
So I want to start and to explain here on 75283. There's a lot of other names on that. Was there any evidence whatsoever that any of these other people responded to any of these messages?
No, ma'am.
You're smiling a little bit. Can you explain why there's all these other high-profile people that are tagged in these records?
The person who sent the message also tagged all those individuals. I guess.
Objection. Yes.
Okay.
So in terms, all right, don't guess.
Okay.
So, in terms of the 20,000 pages and things like that, are there messages that are sent in which these other 30 some odd people are tagged?
Yes.
Does any of those accounts we're looking at there ever respond?
Never.
Oh. So moving on to then the response. And again, that was the thread ID from the first message ending in 4772. Continuing to the next message in that thread ID ending in 4772. What is the response and who is it from?
The response is from the account identified as YNW Melly, and it's responding to Young Bands. And it's the text is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Moving on to page 3. The message of October 14th, 2018, 1701 UTC.
The author is at the account YNW Melly. The recipient was AP grade official.
And the thread ID ended in 2755.
Yes, ma'am.
Going to the next message in the 2755. Who sends the message of October 10th, 2018, 2021, 39 UTC?
The author of that was the account YNW Melly.
And what message was sent?
The phone number of 772-713-9807.
Moving on to page 4. And this is from page 75,584. You could read the message of October 15th, 2018.
It's from the author of the account of YNW Melly to Little Got It account, and the text is, "What's your line?"
And so the thread ID ends in 6555.
6555.
Moving on to the next message in that account. What does the message of October 15, 2018, 2259 UTC say, and who is it from?
The author is the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is Little Got It, and the text is 772-713-9807.
Moving on to the next page. And this would have been from 75856. What does the message of October 22nd, 2018 say, and who is it from?
It is from the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is Killarissa _, and the text is here.
Okay. Moving on to the next message, 10/22, 2018, 8/31/03 UTC. What is the text that is sent, and who sends it?
The author of the message is from the account YNW Melly, and the text is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to page number 75,864, a selection from that. What is the text and who is the author?
The text is, I got to talk to you who called me, and the number of 772-713-9807 is in there.
And who sent that message?
The author is from the account YNW Melly, and the recipient is Bossman _ that's JD.
And then the response to that message from Bossman JD on 10/22, 2018, 2026/32 UTC. Sorry. Secretary, if you kind of to publish the text of the response.
It was from Bossman, the account of Bossman _ JD, and the recipient is the account of YNW Melly. And the text is, bet go hit you when I get out of this car.
Moving on to page 75,877 into 75,878. October 23rd of 2018, 1456 UTC. Who is the author of that message?
The author of that message is The Future of Chicago.
And what is the text?
What's your number?
The thread ID ends in 7870.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, continuing to the next message.
And then the response from the account of YNW Melly to Future of Chicago is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Going now to October 26th, 5:00:36 UTC. If you could read that, and who is writing that message?
Rich send a message to the account of YNW Melly, and it's send me adding. You'll see those three squares. Those three squares are actually emojis. When we pull it out and put it into a Word document, then we can see what those emojis are.
Is that for every single time that you can translate them into a Word document?
Most of it, yes, most of it.
Okay. So the response to that message was what?
It was from the account of YNW Melly to ropa.rich. And the address in the text section is 18521 Southwest 44th Street, Miramar.
And for the purposes of the record, that was October 26, 2018, 5:04:32 UTC. Okay. The next message in that, what is the text on that one?
It coincides with the previous message. It's just the zip code 33029 from the account of YNW Melly to ropa.rich.
Going down now to page 76,875. What message is sent from the YNW Melly account to ropa.rich on November 12th of 2018 at 2:31 UTC?
The phone number of 772-713-9807.
Going to November 17th of 2018, page 77,081. What message is sent to the YNW Melly account from Project Youngin 11/17/2018, 8:04 UTC?
The text from Project Youngin to the account of YNW Melly is, what's your number? I'm going to call you in the morning.
And the response in that same thread ID?
It is from the account of YNW Melly to Project Youngin, and it's 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to page 77,299 and 77,296. I want to go make sure we're doing this. So we start with the one from 77,296. What is that message? And
it is from That Boy Funny, on the account of That Boy Funny, to the recipient account of YNW Melly. The text is, what's your number, ugly boy?
Okay. And the response from the YNW Melly account
was the phone number of 772-713-9807.
Going to page 77,302, starting on 77,301. What is the message sent on November 26, 2018?
It was from the account of the real Quan Jones. The recipient was the account of YNW Melly. What's your number, bro? I got a new phone. I'm trying to send you these songs I just made.
And the response from the YNW Melly account was
772-713-9807.
Going to page 77,534. On the message here, the thread ID 8086, which is consistent with all the rest. Starting with the message at December 1st, 2018. You could at 13:35:09 UTC.
The message from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Lightskin_, it's what's yard, it has percentage.
Okay. Then the next message Oops, sorry. My apologies. Next message on December 1st, 2018, 13:35, 15 UTC.
The message came from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Light Skin X _ and it says number with the hashtag sign.
Okay. So then the next message on December 1st, 2018, 13:35, 22 UTC.
The message came from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Light Skin X _ and the text was just call me 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to page 77,597. Going to the second message on that page. December 2nd, 2018, 2242, 26 UTC. Who is the author and what does it say?
The author is the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is Alyssa Chanel. And it's text me 772-713-9807.
Going on to page 77,633. This is December 4th of 2018. The real share, under the real share, the next message here, which the UTC time is December 4th, 2018, 1:45:13 UTC.
The author was a big 600 polka. The recipient was the account of YNW Melly. The text was Yo Number Gang.
And what was the response?
The response from the account of YNW Melly to big 600 polka was the phone number 772-713-9807.
Okay. And final one. I think I skipped one. Hold on. October 26, 2018, 22:24:35 UTC. What is the message and who is it from?
Okay, the message is the phone number 772-713-9807, and then the written same N-word, same number. The author was YNW, the account of YNW Melly, and recipient was 510 J Green.
And I think this would be a logical time to break for the evening, seeing that.
Thank you. I see Sidebar. We'll take care of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just put your notepads down. We'll see you back tomorrow. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of no research. All right, just leave your notepads there. We'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect that you're stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. How much more do you think you have, counsel?
Maybe 2 hours, maybe a little less.
Hey, okay.
Judge, there is one request that I would ask from the defendant. I'm led to believe in the Belmont Police Department.
I didn't hear you.
There's a request that I would ask the court to ask the detective. There's testimony that there were phones in the vehicle, Jeep. They're in the care, custody, and control of the Miramar Police Department. I think that you checked out by the detective.
Yes.
And I would ask that you bring all the phones that were retrieved from the Jeep for cross-examination.
How many phones we got?
I believe there's three.
Three phones. The phones of Williams and Thomas. They were kept at height at this time in the situation, and the lithium batteries had exploded, so the phones are inoperable. We can still bring them in for you to see.
All three phones are
No,
inoperable?
just the two phones, the phones of the victims, and there was a third phone that was in the back headrest, back seat rest.
Total of 3 phones.
Sure. Stay in any position on this?
Mayor, I want to make sure we clarify the one that was in the back seat pocket of the front passenger seat. My understanding was that was still at height, that one was not.
No, we brought that back as well.
Okay.
So Miramar Police Department has 3 phones?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're saying 2 of them are inoperable, but 1 is operable?
We tried to download it, and there's nothing we could do with it. Even the SIM card was unreadable.
But you have those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miramar Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and it's not a problem, not an issue for you to bring?
I can get them tonight.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anything else to discuss, Council?
There might be,
There is one other thing on the FBI, whether or not they contacted the agents.
not today, sir. You want to.
So hold your thought for 1 second. Mr. Adelson, I'm sorry. Asking me about, God bless, Brendan Collins, FBI agent.
He is back in the country, but they would still need to comply with the TUI regulations. But he did text me that he was back in the country last time he was gone.
I believe the law is that we would not be required to report to direct the state to make it available. I don't think we would have to go through 2 weeks.
That I don't know. You can check that out if you would. Just let me know what the law is on. But if you can get it back there, let's get it back there.
Yeah, that's again, like you said before, the higher authority, the federal courts are the ones that.
Understood, but I don't know what you can do, if anything. Can you put a feeler out to see if you can get it back here, or what you require?
So I think defense wants to start working on the letter, the 1-page letter that they have to say it's exactly what they're calling him for.
What you're asking is for courtesy, because we need to respond. And that leads in, because I sent an email, I did get the transcripts that I did not have my cross-examination for some odd reason, it's not typed up. Now that we know that we contacted them, I did send you the transcripts this evening, so before I knew that you got a hold of the witness, because I know I was going to have to file a motion, and I just wanted to make your life as easy as possible.
Transcript of the FBI agent?
Yeah, my cross was missing, and yesterday I wanted to raise the objection when there was testimony being given specifically about the environment, the latitude and the longitude, because Collins says we can't use that.
And any of that, I haven't seen it yet, but you said you sent it to me.
It's Ingrid. Yes, Judge.
Do you have a copy of it?
I do not that I've seen.
She was CC'd on the email, so I did it about 30 minutes ago, so everybody has it.
I'm a little busy.
Sorry?
I've been a little busy, not checking my email.
So I guess the bottom line to it all is that they're trying to find out how they can get Brendan Collins, the FBI agent, back here. His name is Collins, right?
Yes.
Yes. Back here, and to do, you're saying it needs to do a letter. So you can get this letter out, whatever it is?
We can get it out, but the problem is to be forthcoming. The last time we even to try to get him to that position, it was almost a 60-day process because it's a letter and they came out.
But council's requesting the letter, so you can get the letter out today, right? And then once the letter's out, you see what you can do, Ms. Bradley, to get him back down here?
Yes, Your Honor, he's local. He's assigned to the South Florida area. I shouldn't say I know where he lives, I just know where his office is.
So you can have a conversation amongst the attorneys, see what you can do to get the witness back down here for the defense case of chief, all right?
Just one thing, Your Honor, just so the court's aware, a TUI letter is sent to the FBI and then it goes to the DOJ and it'll be lost in that abyss. So it's not going to answer any questions for us in a timely fashion. Just you know, we will get it out before it's over.
My understanding from counsel is, you can correct me if I'm wrong, she's telling me that the first step is a letter. So I asked her, you'll get the letter out. So 1-page letter to I'm told. I don't know anything about it. Our state said that once that letter is done, she'll contact him, correct?
Yes.
And see what we can do to expedite it. Maybe send a copy of the letter to Ms. Bradley so she can forward it on to Brendan Collins as well, but in any event, she's going to make a phone call.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I don't know what the law is on that. You can educate me. I thought I asked whether the witness was excused, and I thought you could check the file. There's a transcript on that too. I mean, if you have a transcript, I thought they asked him, is he excused? And
We
I was
did.
told yes.
We did say that.
And then he was excused. So we got to get him back here. So counsel's going to see what she can do to accommodate that.
We appreciate
it. She
that.
can or not.
Thank
She
you.
said she'd try.
Thank you.
Are we done?
I don't think so. Are we? Anything else? All right. Have a good night. See you all. We're adjourned.